sacrificing themselves a lot this round. Thank the Lord. Now keep jumping, motherfuckers. Well, since it's been this one 3 times in a row, I'm gonna assume it's that one. But we all could be wrong. But then someone's sacrificing themselves a lot this round. The Lord. Now keep jumping, motherfuckers. Go back to the back. Well, since it's been this one 3 times in a row, I'm gonna assume it's that one. Oh, she's not gonna stay back there. That hole. I didn't even make it. Go back to the back. God damn it, Navy. Go, Navy. Good hole. God damn it, Navy.
Playing from Sushi.
Hey, we can't mute the fucking microphone. Oh. Yeah, one thing to do about that.
First evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Myra Marsh, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Day after tomorrow in Galveston, Texas, 4 mighty pretty little girls will be celebrating their 12th birthday. Yes, the famous Badgett quadruplets of Galveston will be 12 years old on the 1st of February. And what a difference 12 years have made. When Joan, Joyce, Jeanette, and Geraldine were born, they were such tiny, delicate babies, their parents wondered whether all 4 would really live. But you should see them now. Happy, healthy, well-developed youngsters who have had almost from the day of their birth the nutritional benefits of Pet Milk, the first evaporated milk. And they're still getting Pet Milk. It isn't surprising that the doctor approved Pet Milk for their feeding. After all, Pet Milk is safe. As safe in its sealed container as if there were no germ of disease in the world. Pet Milk is uniformly rich. Pet Milk is always easy for babies to digest. And everyone at Pet Milk Company is glad and proud to have had some part in making February 1st a very happy birthday for the Badgetts. Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista is a man with millions of ideas. And it's just as well that he has so many because only about 1 in a million is any good. Listen to the one he has now as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
Yeah, I was walking along, minding my own business.
When out of an orange-colored sky.
When out of an orange-colored... No. When all of a sudden I gets this great idea. Rocked me right back on my heels, which are so worn down I would have fell over backwards if I hadn't been leaning against the window of the Third National Bank.
Why were you leaning against the bank window?
I was sore at old man McDonald, the president of it.
I don't get it.
Well, on the window it says Third National Bank. Assets $65 million.
Yes?
Well, I'm just wide enough that when I lean a certain way against that window, I cover up the million and it says assets $65. I really cheapen the joint. If I could gain 5 inches in the hips, I'd throw them into bankruptcy.
That's wonderful. Nobody who ever saw you in a bathing suit would accuse you of having $1 million figure. But, say, wait a minute. What was the great idea you had?
What idea? Oh, the idea. A skating party at Dugan's Lake.
A skating party at Dugan's Lake?
Yeah.
Why, McGee, that is a good idea.
Yeah.
Just cold enough?
Yeah.
Full moon?
Yeah.
Why, that should be fun. Have you done anything about it?
Certainly. With me, to think is to act. Executive type. Quick decisions. Boom, 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 flash. I rushes over and sees Doc Gamble. Then I calls the trivia, Wilcox, the old-timer, and it's a firm deal. Everybody accepted. And Ole.
Well... Everybody's chipping in for the expenses, I presume.
No, sir. My party, kiddo. I owe all these guys, socially speaking, and this is my way to even things up. I got the car full of groceries, hot dogs, hamburgers, marshmallows, buns, and root beer. I got 6 pounds of butter, which I just put in the oven.
You put 6 pounds of butter in the oven?
Yeah, but I ain't going to light the oven till just before we leave. Then we can have hot buttered root beers all evening, you see. Oh, hey, I forgot to call Wally Wimple. Hand me the phone, will you?
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me the residence of Wallace Wimple at 14th and... Oh, is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's say, Mert? You got pinched on your way to work this morning.
Heavenly days, what'd she do?
Oh, she put up a terrific holler.
Did it do any good?
Yeah. The guy blushed and left the elevator at the next floor. What's say, Mert? Okay, I'll... Thanks, Mert. Now, let me see now. We'll need a lot of blankets, a couple of electric heaters.
What do we plug the heaters into at Dugan's Lake, a knothole in a tree?
Why, certainly not. Plug them into the cigarette lighter on the dash in the car.
Uh-huh. Remember, we tried that once and set the car on fire?
Certainly, but this time I'm bringing a bucket of sand to throw on the fire. Oh, I thought of everything this time, kiddo. We can have the...
Hi, Ian.
Hi there, kid.
Hello, children.
Well, for goodness sakes, Dr. Gamble and the old-timer, come in, both of you.
Hi, fellas. Hey, Molly, these guys are riding out to Dugan's Lake with us. You all ready to go, gents?
If 2 suits of red flannels, 3 sweaters, earmuffs, and mittens preps me for this operation, I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Me too, Johnny. Can't wait to get out on that ice with my new skates. Spins, twirls, figure eights, jump over a barrel, somersaults, all kinds of fancy stuff.
Well, you must be quite a skater, Mr. Old-timer.
Who knows, daughter? I'll try anything once.
Now, if you boys will excuse me, I'd better be making a couple of jugs of hot coffee and getting some blankets and things together.
You betcha, kiddo. You get the stuff together, and I'll handle the party from there on. Remember how I always used to manage these things back in Peoria? Out at Kickapoo Creek?
Sure she remembers. Look at her shudder. Look, Leatherhead.
What do you want, Doc?
He means me, old-timer. I'm the leatherhead.
Oh. Excuse me, Doc.
Well, I was just going to say that I have misgivings coming to this party.
Good. Bring her along, too. The more the merrier. Yes, sir. Bring her along. Latruvia's bringing a date, too. You want to bring Bessie along, old-timer?
Oh, I'd like to, Johnny. But Bessie's in the hospital with a busted leg.
Oh.
She was skipper of a Mississippi riverboat last month and fell down a gangway. Being a southern girl and very modest.
I never heard of modesty breaking a leg. What happened?
Well, sir, she was standing on the bridge.
Yeah?
She just rung the engine room for reduced speed.
Yeah?
The passenger walks up and says, "Pardon me, Captain, but your ship is slowing." Bessie grabs at her skirt, dashes for the cabin, and falls down a gangway.
He's coffee, Judge.
Yeah,
Lullaby on Broadway.
Oh, my, isn't this beautiful out here? Bright moonlight, the ice just right for skating, and this wonderful fire.
Yeah. Hey, Wilcox, get some more wood over here, boy. The fire's dying down. Hey, you wimp, shag yourself around and get some wood. And holy, shake it up, boy. We need some wood. Ain't this jolly, Molly?
Very cheery, dearie.
Has it occurred to you, blabbermouth, to go get some wood yourself? Why don't you go out in the woods and let somebody else sit here on this log and be obnoxious?
Who, me? Why, I'm the hostess, Doc. How would it look if I deserted my guests and went dashing here, there, and everywhere?
It would look very pretty.
Well, my gosh, I'm throwing the party. I picked the spot, I lit the fire, Oh, attaboy, Ole, attaboy. Dump the firewood right on the pile there.
Heavenly days, look at all the wood.
You must have gone back to town and chopped down the high school, Ole.
Oh, I'm a good wood collector, Doctor. These woods is full of wood, but most of it is wood that's still trees. So I look through the woods till I find somebody's cabin with nobody home and a stack of firewood on the back porch.
Gosh, Ole, you steal wood off of somebody's back porch?
Oh, please, McGee, you think I'm a thief? No, sir, I just chopped off the back porch.
I brought some wood, too, Mr. McGee.
Well, good for you, Mr. Wimple. Just drop it on the pile over there.
All righty.
Isn't that wonderful? 2 feet of snow, and Wallace finds a pencil and 2 umbrella handles under it.
You boys had better sit down here by the fire and relax.
Yeah, just as soon as you guys bring in a couple more loads, you better sit down and enjoy yourselves. After all, we're out here to have fun, you know.
Well, I sit down and relax right now, McGee.
Huh?
If you want any more wood, you go steal it yourself. I'm just donating my time.
Oh, my. I wish Sweetie Face was here. Sweetie Face, that's my big old wife.
You really wish she was here, Mr. Wimple?
Yes, I'd like to skate out on the lake with her in the moonlight, hand in hand, way out in the middle past that big sign that says, no smoking.
What do you mean, no smoking? That sign says danger, 10 eyes.
I know, but Sweetie Face never wears her glasses when she skates. Well, I think I'll skate a little myself. Mr. Wilcox seems to be having so much fun out there. See you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Wimple. Come back for a hot dog after a while. I'm the pound master, you know.
I ought to get out and skate, too, but I'm too comfortable. That's quite a fire you got here, McGee, for an amateur pyromaniac.
What you mean, amateur? Why, my gosh, back in Peoria, I was always in charge of this stuff. Remember, Molly, them fires I used to build on the shore of the Kickapoo Creek?
Why, sure.
I sure built some beauties, didn't I?
Oh, you really did, dearie. I'll never forget the little one you built that night inside of old Tom McCrae's barn because it was so windy outside.
Oh, that one.
And the barn was full of hay and was next door to the refinery, which was full of gasoline, which was the night before you left for Canada, which was a very smart move.
And the fast one. If I hadn't left quick in a boxcar, I'd have been rode out of town on a fire hose.
You said...
That's me and the missus. That's before she was my missus.
Yeah.
We used to do plenty of skating in the old country, McGee.
Did you always build big fires, Ole?
Missus, when Ole Svensson went courting, fires was not needed. He raised temperatures and eyebrows for 60 miles around.
I bet you never had any skates like I got on, Ole. Odd sizes. Picked them up at a rummage sale for $1.50. Very cheap.
Oh, sure, we have sheep skates in Sweden, too.
Hey, can you do what Harlow Wilcox is doing out there, Ole? Look, he takes a long run and tries to leap over a pile of crates.
Yes, and he hasn't made it yet. He'll break his neck.
Oh, me and my missus, we do all trick stuff like that.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, I kneel down on the ice and she jumps across me, and then she kneel down and I jump across her. Only once I miss, and then, did you ever notice a hole in my missus' neck? Kind of like the sharp point of a skate. Then when they get tired, we race each other back to the sleigh, and nobody wins. Always a tie.
Neck and neck, eh?
Oh, sure, all the way home in the sleigh.
Well, when it's cold, that's a... Oh, hey, here comes Harlow. Looks like he's giving up. Couldn't you make it, son?
Oh, no. No, I give up.
What are you trying to do, Junior? Kill yourself?
Oh, no. You see, pal, I've got 3 cases of pet evaporated milk stacked out there trying to jump over them.
I keep falling down.
We saw you, Mr. Wilcox.
Gee whiz, it's no trick at all to jump over a barrel on ice skates, but pet milk is so wonderful, I just can't get over it.
Dear Wilcox.
I don't get the connection, Mr. Wilcox. My missus uses pet milk, but she don't use it for yumping. We drink it in coffee.
Well, it's great in coffee, Ole. Hey, does your wife use pet milk for cooking, too?
No, for cooking, she uses a stove, Mr. Wilcox. It's a very small stove because my missus always likes a little oven. Oven, that is, a small one.
Yeah. Well, you see, when you use pet milk in cooking...
Hey, Molly, speaking of cooking, did you call the gas company about our range?
Oh, you think you got trouble with your range, McGee. You ought to see my daughter, Katrina.
She's the one who married the airline pilot, Ole, huh?
Oh, hey, speaking of airline pilots, above everything, they like good food.
Let Ole talk, Junior. He's more interesting.
And pet milk being a top-flight product, it's plain to see that I'm not giving you any prop wash when I say...
Please,
that
Mr. Wilcox, don't be so rude to ladies. I'm talking about my daughter, Katrina.
Sure.
You know, the one who marries the airline fella? I go to her house last night, and all over the house it smells like gas.
Speaking of gas, I had a patient the other night that needed more anesthetic than we had on hand. It seems he was a radio announcer and spent so much time on the ether that...
Look, may I say a word here?
Certainly, Mr. Wilcox. What's the word?
Pet.
That's a very nice word, Junior. Now that you've said it...
Excuse me, may I finish?
You go ahead, Ole. It smelled like gas at your daughter Katrina's house, the one she lives in with her husband, the airline pilot.
Thanks, Mercy. Well, I say, Katrina, I say, what smells bad in here? And she says, Papa, my pilot light's out.
Oh?
And I say, it is? And she says, no, he does. My pilot light's out for Fort Worth, Texas this morning and leaves the gas stove turned on. So that's...
Ole, that's very interesting. But to get back to your wife and her cooking, Ole.
Yeah, I think I should. What time is it?
Oh, it's early. It's early, Ole, and I'm sure that your wife, like millions of other good cooks, uses pet milk to add delicious, rich flavor to all her family dishes.
At our house, we don't flavor the dishes. We just flavor the food. Molly says if you can taste the plates...
Because pet milk, which is just good whole milk concentrated to double richness, adds extra amounts of nourishing milk substances to your favorite recipes. And... Hey, is anybody listening to me? Well, then I'm going back and skate some more.
He's a nice boy. Who does he work for?
The pet milk people.
Yeah. He used to be a wrestler, kind of a moan about town. Then he sold some kind of a floor preparation for a while, and then after that... Hey, Molly, how about skating with me?
Oh, I'd love to, dearie, but I can't just yet. I'm the hostess, and here comes Mayor Latrivia.
Oh, look, he's got a girl.
Oh,
Quite a dish, too.
Huh?
Must have a taffeta petticoat on. Listen to that Jane Russell.
Well, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, everybody. Molly, gentlemen, and McGee. I'd like to introduce Miss Gwendolyn Flack. Gwen, this is Mrs. McGee,
How do you do? I'm sure, Miss Flack.
Mr. Swenson, Mr. McGee, and Dr. Gapp.
Well, please, lady.
Hi, sis.
Miss Flack, your arrival has added a great deal of charm to this occasion, which, except for the gracious presence of Mrs. McGee, was conspicuous by its absence,
Oh, sure.
and which, at least for me, augments the beauty of the evening to a tremendous extent. May I help you put your skates on, sir?
I'll help Miss Flack with her skates, Doctor.
She's a very pretty girl, Mr. Mayor.
Well, of course. Miss Flack was chosen queen of the salmon run at Tillamook, Oregon. That was in 1936. You're running again this year, aren't you, Gwendolyn?
Yes, fighting my way back upstream, as it were.
Yes, she's not only beautiful, she's talented. You know, nowadays beauty contests are not judged on looks alone. The prizes go to those who are not only pretty, but accomplished.
And what is your special accomplishment, my dear?
I'm a blackjack dealer.
In a gambling joint?
No, in the police station. When the detectives go out on duty, I hand them their blackjacks.
Come to think of it, I knew a blackjack dealer that dealt blackjack in the back of a snack shack in Hackensack. His name was Mac Black. Mac Black had dealt blackjack in Hackensack since way back. He had a knack for picking a blackjack from the back of the stack, but Mac Black got the sack for a fact when they caught him with a pack of cracked jacks stacked in the back of the snack shack in Ohio. What have you been doing, old-timer?
Oh, picking myself up mostly, Johnny.
Oh.
Been skating, but I spent so much time sitting down, I was, Oh. Pretty girl. Who you with, honey?
He's with me. Miss Flack, may I present a character known to one and all, for want of more imagination on the part of our writers, as the old-timer?
Hello.
Gary, let me help you with your skates.
I'll help you.
I'll help
Let me,
No, I'll help you with yours, Molly.
I meant I'll help Miss Black.
No. Let me hear. Gwendolyn, put your foot up.
Let go of my leg, Latrivia.
Oh, excuse me, I thought that was...
Here I am, Charles, over here. I thought you were helping me.
That was me, honey. I was right-handed, so I thought, no way.
Not helping. Come on, kiddo, let's you and me get out of this. We ain't skated together yet tonight.
Wonderful. Come on. You know, I don't know if I can even stand up on these things.
Now, left, right,
Here we go.
left, right, left, right. This is wonderful. Moonlight on Lake Dugan.
You know what I love about it?
What?
No mosquitoes.
Northward we go, out to Dugan Lake in the snow, sliding, feeling, chasing,
The King's Men and Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
what did I when I think of the night that I met you on in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan? Oh, when the thrill was spilled on the hill I upset you on in Saskatchewan. The breeze was the race of the skis I would bet you on in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. I'd walk ahead while you rode on the sled I would bet you on in Saskatchewan. I have been in the Alps, just like you see in the papers, risking a couple of scalps and cutting Canadian capers. It's going to be nice to get back to the ice of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. I'll charter a plane or a honeymoon train that I'll get you on in Saskatchewan. Oh, it's 10 below. When you're in love, you feel as though it's 98 above and so. Away you go, across a paradise of ice and snow. We'll hibernate like a bear, deep indicated on you. We'll be a tropical pair, and melt our Eskimo igloo. As soon as I've heard one affirmative word I can catch you on, I'll whisk you to Saskatchewan. I'll charter a plane or a honeymoon train, and I'll set you on to snappy, silvery, sunny, sparkling Saskatoon.
Hey, anybody think we need more wood on that fire?
Fire's going great, McGee. Leave it alone. If it gets any hotter, it'll make the lake dry up.
Make the lake what, Mayor?
Dry up.
What's the matter, boy? Don't you like me?
Oh, don't be a...
Another hot dog, anybody?
No, thanks, missus. Not for me. Already I have so many dogs, I'd probably chase cats all the way home.
Hot dog, Miss Black?
No, thank you. I have to watch my figure, you know.
That should be easy, Miss Flack, with all these fellows helping you.
By the way, Miss Flack, or may I call you Gwendolyn?
You can call her Miss Flack.
Take it easy, guys. Take it easy. Let's not have no rough stuff. This is strictly for fun, you know.
What were you going to ask me, Doctor?
Well, I was just going to ask you, Miss Flack, if you're elected queen of the salmon run again, what are your plans?
I think I'll go up the river and pawn
Oh.
my jewelry so I can go to Hollywood.
Give me another hot buttered root beer, will you, Molly?
There you are, dearie. Anybody else? Mr. Wilcox? Mr. Wilcox.
Huh? Oh, I'm sorry. I was helping Miss Flack take off her skates.
I helped her take them off a half hour ago.
You did?
Oh, what do you know?
Hey, ain't this fun? I sure know how and where to build a fire, don't I? I was always the one that was chose to do this back in Peoria, you know. I pick out the proper place. I personally send guys out for firewood. I arrange the...
I would like to propose a toast.
Oh.
Well, isn't that nice? Quiet, everybody. Mr. Wimple wants to give a toast. Here, have some more root beer first, Mr. Wimple.
Thank you.
Consider yourself plugged in, Toastmaster.
Shoot, Wimp.
All righty. Here's to the girl with the light brown hair, the one that's cooking hot dogs there. Mrs. McGee. May I have 3? I thank thee.
And now I would like to make a little toast.
Good. Here's a bun and a long fork, Mr. Mayor. Go right ahead.
No, I mean a toast that we can all drink.
You can't drink toast, boy, unless you dunk it in your root beer, and that gun gets all soggy. I tried that a while ago.
No. I didn't mean actual toast. I mean a toast.
Well, you go right ahead, Mr. Mayor. If you want to eat toast while everybody else is making up silly poetry and stuff.
I don't want to make a silly toast for you. Look, when I said I wanted to make a little toast, you...
Oh, no. No, ladies and gentlemen, this is a real toast.
Go on, Your Honor. May I have another hot dog, please, Mrs. McGee?
To our host, Fibber McGee, a greatly misunderstood man.
Oh, sure.
To Fibber McGee, our host, who personally selected the site on which to build this magnificent bonfire, who is giving us this most enjoyable evening.
Well, I hope...
Your friend and my...
Yeah. And you know what? All my fire people do that back in Peoria, too. Everybody getting out?
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Pet milk, the first evaporated milk, is the first choice of many doctors who want to be sure of giving their baby patients the right start in life. Excellent examples of such babies, in addition to the Badgetts, whom we mentioned earlier, are the Fultz quadruplets of Reidsville, North Carolina, the Hen quadruplets of Baltimore, the Collins quadruplets of the Bronx, New York, the Caspers of Passaic, New Jersey, and the Zarifs of New York City. All 24 of these famous babies were tiny and delicate at birth. All are sturdy, vigorous youngsters now. All were given pet milk shortly after birth. All are still thriving on this favored form of milk. Your grocer has pet milk. How about giving your children the benefits of this safe, easy-to-digest, uniformly rich milk? That's pet milk, the first food for millions of happy, healthy babies.
Boy, it sure feels good to get into some dry clothes, don't it?
Yes, indeed. You know, it's amazing how well everybody took it, though, McGee.
Yeah.
Very philosophically.
Yeah.
Nobody blew up at all.
No, they were just too wet to burn, I guess. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? Milk program with Fibber McGee and Molly.
First evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, and me, Otto Wilcox. It was written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Today is National Pancake Day. And that reminds me to remind you to enjoy a pancake breakfast tomorrow morning. Make plenty of them, and make them the delicious melt-in-your-mouth Pet Milk way. Just use your favorite pancake mix, and instead of ordinary milk, use Pet Milk mixed half and half with water. Once you taste pancakes made with Pet Milk, you'll never want to make them the old way again. And with butter and syrup on the table and Pet Milk handy for your coffee, what a wonderful way to start the day. Right now, grocery stores are featuring the everyday items needed for making delicious pancakes. Stores are also featuring Mary Lee Taylor's famous pancake recipe. So, help yourself to the recipe, take along some Pet Milk, and give that family of yours a real treat tomorrow morning. Pancakes made with Pet Milk. They sure are good. There's one thing at the McGee household that really sells like hotcakes, and that's hotcakes. So listen to a super salesman selling the idea of breakfast in bed to a lady who would rather cook her own. As we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
So you just tuck your little tootsies back in the hay, Tootsie, and relax while I get dressed, Tootsie. I'm going to bring you breakfast in bed.
Oh, no. No, McGee, really, that's a lot of trouble. Don't bother
Now,
me.
don't you worry. I'm going to do this thing up big, kiddo. I'll even get the tea wagon down out of the attic and serve your hotcakes a la carte.
Now, look, sweetheart, you're wonderful to want to, but
And you got it coming, too. You deserve it. By George, I don't pamper you enough.
Oh, you do, too, McGee, constantly.
Yeah? You really think I pamper you?
Oh, pamper me. I thought you said hamper me.
Well, you're going to love this, kiddo, and so am I. This is the kind of a thing that a guy, when he's got the type wife I happen to have got, and he likes to cook anyhow and don't do more of it oftener, he's missing a great bet. Throw me my shirt off of the bed head, will you?
Here. But, McGee, now, I just as soon get up, really. I can't eat lying in bed anyway.
Huh?
The coffee always goes up my nose. I'll get up and
No,
sit down.
sir. You stay right where you darn are. I'll bring you a straw with your coffee.
Great. And if I can find a camel, I'll break his back with it. You know, I don't...
You've been a good kid, Molly. I ought to do more stuff like this. I don't bring you breakfast in bed often enough.
Oh, yes, you do, dearie. You do indeed.
When was the last time?
1937. Often enough. Now, you remember you walked right through that door there with my breakfast?
Yeah.
Dropped the butter, stepped on it, and I got my first egg shampoo sunny side up.
Well, I'm no amateur when it comes to food, you know. I always did have a reputation for being a kind of an epitaph.
You mean an epicure, don't you? Someone who knows food?
Yeah, I guess I do. Well, what's an epitaph?
That's a message on a tombstone. Oh, what a thought.
Well, here I go, kiddo. You just snuggle down there and take life easy. Now, I'll have that dough rolled out and cut up into pancakes before you can say that's not the way to do it.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
You take yourself a little snooze now, Mrs. McGee. The chef will awaken you when breakfast is served.
Well, there he goes. Bless his little ham-handed heart. Take a snooze, Mrs. McGee, he says. Mm-hmm. I have news for you, Mrs. McGee. You just as well get up off your back and get your house coat on, because he'll be yelling up to know where something is before you can even...
Hey, Molly!
There he goes. Yes, dearie?
Does this electric timer on the stove work?
Did you try it?
No.
Yes.
Okay. Go back to sleep, Tootsie.
This would be very nice if I could take a little nap. But every time I close my eyes, I see a picture of what that kitchen will look like when he gets...
Hey, Molly!
Yes, McGee?
Have we got a mixing bowl?
Several of them. Use the big white one.
Which big white one? There's two big white ones just alike. Which one is the mixing?
Heavenly day.
That's fine. There's only one.
asleep, thank you. Maybe I am asleep at that. Maybe this is all just a horrible dream. Maybe if I pinch myself... No. No such luck. I just as well get my house coat on and go down there. Oh, dear. What a day this is going to be. He's going to give me breakfast in bed if he ruins the house and wrecks my nerves doing it. Honest to goodness, somebody ought to make a radio show out of this. He really should. I guess nobody'd ever believe it, though it's too impossible.
Hey, what'd you come downstairs for, Molly? You ain't supposed to be out here. You're having breakfast in bed. Now, pop back upstairs.
I get lonesome up there by myself. Sometimes nobody speaks to me for 3 or 4 seconds at a time. It's those long silences.
Well, the rest will do you good, Molly. The knowledge that the preparation of your breakfast is in the expert, loving hands of...
Oh, dear, now who's that, McGee? My hair's all up in curlers. I don't look very presentable.
Oh, that's only Ole from the Elks Club. Come in.
Hello, Ole. Come on in if I don't frighten you. I haven't had time to take my hair down yet.
Oh, don't worry, Mrs. You look wonderful.
Well, thank you.
I got a daughter who practices putting on lipstick without a mirror, and a sister-in-law who makes her own Sunday eyelashes out of a toothbrush. And last night, my missus tries a mud pack on one side of the face only, so Ole don't share so easy.
Hi, Ole.
Oh, hello, McGee. What's cooking?
Hi, hotcakes. Molly's having her breakfast in bed.
In bed. Where do you sleep, Mrs.? In the sink?
Well, I'm not supposed to be down here, Ole. I'm going back up in a minute. Say, how's everyone at your house? All well, are they?
Oh, sure. Everybody's fine, Mrs. We got a letter from my oldest boy, Lars. He's in the Navy, you know.
Yeah, how's you like it, Ole?
Well, he says the only thing he don't like about it, there's too many fellas in blue serge suits telling him what to do.
Navy for you, Ole. That's one thing you don't have in the Army.
People giving you orders?
No, blue serge suits. When I was in the Army, in the First World War, the big war, we had...
Look, dearie, I've heard this, so if you boys will excuse me, I'll go back upstairs.
Good. Now, you crawl back in bed and... Oh, hey, while you're down here, where do we keep the orange juice?
In the oranges.
Oh, in the orange.
Anything else you need, dearie, just call up every 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, Tootsie. You rest. I got to get busy here, Ole. Give me a hand, will you?
Sure, McGee. Shake. It's a nice meeting.
No.
I got to go home.
No. I mean, hold this cookbook a minute while I get my stuff together.
Oh.
Here, read me this recipe. Right here while I get the stuff out.
All right. Let's see. First, let's take 2/3 of a cup.
2/3 of a cup. Okay, I'll use this cup here. This piece here must be about 2/3. What else does it say?
It says a pancake mix. 2/3 of a cup of pancake mix.
Oh, well, look, I can handle it from here on out, Ole. No sense in letting you louse up the recipe when I can do it myself.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and my heart cries for you.
Let me see. Get the stuff mixed good, I'll need... Oh, say, Molly.
Yes, lover.
Have we got a hot, slightly greased iron skillet anyplace?
A what?
Just to cook 'em on a hot, slightly greased. Oh, I know. I can take a cold skillet and heat it and then grease it.
There you
Thanks. More than one way of skinning the cat. Promise you your breakfast in bed. Why don't you go on back to bed till I get everything ready?
Because I love my little kitchen, dearie. Look at it. When you get through in here, I won't be able to find the sink or... Wait a minute. Where is the sink?
Right over here. Underneath this pile of pans.
Oh, it's just as plain as anything.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
I'm about cooking. I pull out the plumbing when I make a simple batch of pancakes and sausage.
Well, I don't know whether to answer that like a loving wife or an honest woman.
You worry too much. Now, let me see. Where'd I put my MLT cookbook?
MLT? Mary Lee Taylor?
No, McGee's Luscious Tidbits. You can make 27 4-inch pancakes. You like little pancakes or big ones, Phil?
I think the 4-inch pancakes are just the right size.
Huh? They're too dainty for me. I prefer them about the size of manhole covers. I made some out in Cheyenne, Wyoming once in 1913 that they're still using for manhole covers. The ones I'm making here, boy.
Somebody's at the front door, McGee. Come in.
Who is it?
We're out here in the kitchen, Mr. Mayor. Come on out.
Hey, how'd you know that was Mayor Lacidia?
Well, he's the only one we know who's educated enough and polite enough to say it's I.
Oh.
Everybody else we know would say, who'd you think, Louis the 14th? Something he... Oh, hello there, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, Molly. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Fib.
What? You in the apron?
I want to give Molly her breakfast in bed, Fib. And being that this is National Pancake Day, the Tuesday before Ash Wednesday, well, I thought it was only patriotic for me to whip up some pancakes.
Well, I'll see that the United States government is informed of your loyal devotion.
According to the recipe he's using, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, he uses a recipe?
Why, sure.
I always thought he was one of those rough and ready cooks who always says, I never use a recipe. I just guess at the proportions and I never have a failure. They never do have a failure either. You always get sick.
You stick around, son, and fling a flang into a flock of flapjacks. Mine are so light. Mine are so light, you got to hold them down with a salt shaker. Like big pancakes or little pancakes, Lacidia?
Well, it depends on circumstances. When I'm out moose hunting, I like big pancakes.
Oh, do you hunt moose, Mr. Mayor? Where?
In Canada.
I never shot a moose myself. They good eating?
Well, I don't know. I just keep the antlers,
Oh.
send the meat to some worthy institution, and the remainder to a glue factory.
Oh. Do they make glue out of moose?
No, not glue. Mucilage. For simple, quiet breakfast, McGee, I like the little dollar-sized pancake. In fact, there's only one thing I'd like better, and that's a pancake-sized dollar.
Must be making our dollars out of batter now. Sure ain't much to go in them.
Ah, there's the milkman.
Hi, pal. Hello, Molly. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Am I intruding? What's going on?
Just doing a little cooking, Junior, that's all.
A little cooking, he says.
Take a look around the kitchen, Mr. Wilcox. What would you guess he was preparing?
Well, let me see. From the number of dishes and pots and pans and the wax paper and paper towels and mixers and spoons and stuff, I'd say you were making chicken a la king for the Legion Convention.
Cut it out. I'm just fixing Molly her breakfast in bed. Look, pancake batter. Look, country sausage. Look, syrup. Look, butter. That's all. What's so complicated about that there?
Well, as the man says, it ain't the ingredient, it's what you puts into the ingredient.
I'm afraid McGee is a perfectionist. Every time he cooks, he makes a perfect idiot of himself.
Oh, yeah, well, by George...
Hey, wait a minute. What's this?
That's our Mary Lee Taylor cookbook.
Why, of course. So what's the matter with the way this boy is cooking? He's doing great.
I am?
Certainly. Oh, naturally, he makes it 10 times as complicated as this simple recipe.
Why, naturally.
But this is a wonderful recipe.
Sure.
And with a pet milk recipe, he can't go wrong. pancakes with sausage patties.
Here. Boy, look at that illustration.
Yes, beautiful. Molly, tear out the illustration, pour a little syrup on it, and go back to bed. It's the only way. Oh, now, look. Fibber is absolutely on the right track. He can't miss. Do you give track odds on that? Now, look at this recipe. Plain pancake mix, 2 cups. Stir in gradually 1 cup fat milk mixed with water. Right. Now, what could be easier than that? Well, sure. You see, the value of fat milk in cooking is that it adds that good, rich flavor to your food. That's right. It'll pack these easy-to-make pancakes just full of good, whole milk minerals. Delicious. In these days of high food prices, fat milk is a family favorite because it's economical. It costs less generally than any other form of milk. And fat milk is so rich, it's...
Now, who do you suppose that is?
Who is that? Who'd you say? Who are the 14? Hey, can you wait a minute, old timer? I was right in the middle of a story.
Okay, come on in.
Your narrative, son. So, get some fat milk from your grocer today. Well, it's a very interesting yarn, son. What's everybody doing? The kitchen?
Well, I'm having my breakfast in bed.
Where do you sleep, daughter? In the sink? Going back to bed as soon as McGee gets his pancakes made, old-timer. That's what he's doing, making pancakes. In case you thought from looking around that the Montreal hockey team had been warming up in here.
Okay, everybody, scoff at me, deride at me, laugh at me if you want to. But by George, when I get these pancakes...
Pancakes! Do I love them? And do I know how to make them?
Oh, had a lot of practice, Mr. Oldtimer.
Daughter, I made pancakes before you was born. How it works, that was. I was chuck wagon cook for the old Lazy Bee. The Lazy Bee? The old Lazy Bee. My sister, Beatrice. In the Oklahoma Territory. Right from when she was 29 years old. Her nose and was too lazy to brush it off. And watched it till she sprang a eye muscle.
Wagon cook?
You said it, Johnny. What's it? My recipe for pancho pie.
Pancho pie?
That's what they call my pancakes, daughter. Oh. Shape of a pie and tasted like a pancho. A handful of acorns into a scoop of cornmeal, grind them onto a hot rock and mix with rainwater, then stick them into hot ashes for 5 hours, then pick them out, cool them off, pick the acorns out of the pancakes, throw in the pancakes, shut the acorns, and eat the whole. Recipe for frozen beaver tail at the Indian style. Dumpty-dumpty-dido.
Send you over the moon, yeah. Sing when you feel like a king, yeah. And then with a shout, take a breath and give up with it up. world's on a string. Well, they sing it.
Look, Molly, this is the third time since noon that you've come trotting out here to the kitchen. Third time since noon. How can I bring you breakfast in bed if you won't stay in bed?
Look, sweetheart, I'm starving. 2:30.
Got to be patient, Sissy. It won't be long now. I'll have these pancakes cooking before... don't eat that cracker.
But, McGee,
Come on now, put it back. That's a good girl. Anyway, you don't want to dull your appetite now. Last minute.
My appetite, dearie, has an edge you could shave with. You could even cut a throat with it. Oh, and this kitchen.
Well, it won't be long now, baby, and I know just how you feel. I got so weak myself working here that I finally had to fix me a couple of ham sandwiches and a pot of coffee to... keep up my own strength. I'd have these pancakes cooking before now, only I ran into a little trouble with the batter.
Ran into trouble with the batter.
Mm-hmm.
You look like you just ran into the batter. Indeed. Why, it'll take you an hour to scrape yourself off, dearie.
Oh, that's nothing, kiddo. That's just normal splat teach for me. Some cooks spill stuff, but when I get to work, I splash. You see? Oops. Hey, McGee, Molly, anybody home?
Oh, it's Dr. Gamble. Out here, doctor.
Oh, hello, Molly, and... Oh, no.
And whatever you're winding up to say, Fatso, it's already been said. Sit down and shut up.
I won't make a comment.
Good.
I can well imagine as I look at you standing there with big blobs of white gunk in your hair all down your front and in your eyebrows, stirring a batch of goo that's too thick for wallpaper paste and too thin for plaster, that you must already have been described by your friends as looking like everything from a paper hanger after a 2-bucket fall off a scaffold to a pearl button diver in a starch factory. So I will refrain. What is it, Molly?
Pancakes, doctor. He's fixing me breakfast in bed.
Breakfast at this hour?
The hour is a little indefinite, doctor. In fact, 6 hours have gone by since he started this little project. We refer to it around here as Operation Hey Molly.
I'll be long now, Sissy. Look at that batter. Ready to go.
Why don't you go with it, McGee? Look, I'll take Molly out and buy her some breakfast.
I'll take that.
No, sir. You just trot right back up to bed now, kiddo, while this little drama goes on to a happy ending. Next time the curtain goes up, it'll find you sitting up in bed, smacking your lips and saying, McGee, you're wonderful.
Well, I guess I can climb those stairs again.
Sure.
Slowly. But if it takes over 20 minutes more, bring me up a sharp knife and some salt and pepper.
What?
That moose head in the guest room looks juicier every time I pass.
This is it. Turn on the gas there, boy.
Gladly.
No. Under the skillet, Lemonhead. Not the oven.
Oh, excuse me. I thought you wanted to stick your head in it.
Oh.
Personally, if I were you...
Oh, am I stuffed? Well, how about it? You finally admit I know how to cook hotcakes? More syrup? Another sausage, Patty? Stop nodding your head and say something, will you?
Oh, McGee, you're wonderful. Those hotcakes.
And you ought to know, Barrel Belly. Must have ate 3 dozen of them.
They are sensational. I hope I can get up from this table. I ought to call my office and... Hey, what about Molly?
Molly? Oh, Molly!
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh, I almost forgot her. Oh, well, there's still plenty left for her. I'll run upstairs with a napkin and some silver, Doc. I'll prop her up in bed and get her all ready, and you fix the tray.
Right.
What does she like on her pancakes, honey?
Syrup, sweetie.
You all ready? Hey.
Sleeping like a baby, Doc. Poor kid. I don't have the heart to wake her now. Well, no use wasting all these pancakes.
I should say not. Sure. There's one for me.
One for me.
One for me.
One for me.
Two for me. Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You know, no matter how gray the world looks when you get up in the morning, it's almost like seeing the sunshine to see a stack of golden brown pancakes on your plate at the breakfast table. And you know something? With Pet Milk and your favorite pancake mix, you can make the most delicious pancakes that ever made a husband say, mm-mm. Yes, just follow the directions on the pancake package, and instead of ordinary milk, use Pet Milk mixed with an equal amount of water. Oh, boy, what a difference. And no wonder. Pet Milk, remember, is sweet country milk with more than half the water taken out. So, when you mix Pet Milk with an equal amount of water, you're bound to have good, rich milk. Even richer than ordinary bottled milk. And, of course, that extra rich Pet Milk makes those pancakes extra good. How about pancakes for breakfast tomorrow? Extra good pancakes made the Pet Milk way.
Well, I'm sorry you didn't get any pancakes, kiddo, but I guess the sleep done you more good.
Well, how were they?
Oh, my gosh, wonderful. I and Doc ate 41 of them.
41?
A piece, that is. Doc says I'm a great cook. Gave me a B.S. degree when we finished eating.
A B.S. degree?
Mm-hmm.
Bachelor of Science?
Bicarbonate of soda. Good night.
Good night, all.
First evaporated milk, Pet Milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you? It isn't always the price tag that determines the value of a gift. Sometimes one that has cost the least means the most. As one bride-to-be discovers in the story of the week next Saturday morning on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program. Don't miss this true-to-life story. And don't miss Mary Lee Taylor's special husband-tested recipe for golden potato soup, a soup that's almost a meal in itself. Remember, for this double-feature program, tune in to your NBC station next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Tomorrow, laugh with Groucho. Now enjoy Big Town on NBC.
Pet Milk program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk. Pet Milk presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, Ken Christie, Herb Bygren, and me, Harry Von Zell, pinch hitting for Harlow, home with a cold, Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Mac Cutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra.
Are you one of those people who can't get along in the morning until you've had a cup of coffee? I know exactly how you feel. Well, let me tell you something. That cup of coffee will taste extra good when you use Pet Milk in it. Of course, if you take your coffee black, that's different. But if you use cream, just try that next cup with Pet Milk instead. Maybe you didn't know it, but Pet Milk gives coffee a satisfying flavor that's hard to beat. That's because Pet Milk is good, sweet country milk concentrated to double richness, making it twice as rich in cream as ordinary milk. Naturally, then, it's just right for coffee. You get some Pet Milk at your grocer's tomorrow. Use it for coffee, for cooking, for all of your milk and cream needs. Remember, Pet Milk costs less than half as much as cream, less generally than ordinary bottled milk. Of all the different ways to carry on a feud, Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista has probably the safest. He does his fighting in writing.
In fact, he's working on a nasty letter right now as we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
And furthermore, Fred, you dirty chiseler, I still claim.
Well, how's the letter coming, dearie? Your pen running dry? You need another bottle of poison? I mean ink?
Just about finished, Molly, and I really poured it on this time. This letter will pin old Fred Nittany's ears back so far he can scratch his shoulder blades with them. Listen, Mr. Fred Nittany, Starved Rock, Illinois. Dear Fred, you rat.
Very concise.
Yeah. You think maybe I ought to start it, my dear Fred, you rat?
No, that's too formal.
That's what I thought.
After all, you two have known each other since you were in vaudeville together, you know.
Oh, yeah. I ain't got a friend in the world that I hate like I hate Fred Nittany. I've been sore at that chiseler since 1936. That's why every Valentine's Day we write and tell each other what rats we are.
Well, I'm not one to flout tradition, sweetheart. But in this case, if I had a good, heavy, two-handed flout about 3 feet long, I'd flout the daylights out of it.
Look, Molly, this is serious stuff with me. I worked hard on this letter. I worked from a dictionary, too, even. I hate that guy so much in this letter, I'd scare myself.
Well, it's probably mutual, I suppose.
No, it ain't either. He feels the same way about me. You see the letter that guy wrote me last Valentine's Day? Why, there's words in there that I still don't know what he called me.
Well, did you look them up?
They ain't in our dictionary.
Well, I think it's ridiculous for two grown men to carry a grudge for 15 years.
Yeah.
I thought you and Fred Nittany were bosom friends.
We were. I was the best friend he ever had. We went clean through vaudeville together.
You were clean when you finished, I know.
Why, when I remember how when we were broke, I always shared his last dollar with him, how I always bought gas for his 1922 Hupmobile. Every time he loaned it to me, so...
Well, now, what started this feud, anyhow? What are you two mad about?
You know, it's funny you should ask me that, Molly, because I've been trying to remember all day. I used to know, but I forgot.
Oh, for goodness sakes, if you don't even know what you're fighting
Well, what's
about.
the difference? It's the principle of the thing now. Besides, you've got to admit it must have been something pretty dirty to keep me mad this long. Just let me read you some more. I say here, Fred, you rat. I've been pretty busy lately, you rat. And I ain't had as much time to hate you as I wanted to, Fred, you dirty rat.
You've really been studying that dictionary, haven't you?
But I say, when you done, you rat, what you done to me, you rat, back in 19, you rat 36. I swore, you rat. Who's that rat? Who's that?
I don't know, but I hope it's the Pied Piper. Come in.
Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Oh, there, kid. Hey, bring your mail in. I'll put it in the hall. Okay.
Happy Valentine's Eve, kid.
Well, thank you, Mr. Oldtimer. You sending out Valentine's this year?
Just one, daughter. Made it myself. It's for Bessie.
How'd you ever meet Bessie anyhow, old-timer?
Oh, we met through an introduction at the wrestling matches, Johnny.
Oh?
The wrestling match?
Yep. I'll never forget it, daughter. The announcer says, introducing in this corner, Neat Hook Label, the Milwaukee Monster. That was Bessie.
I
whistled at her. Bessie turned around and showed me a wink. The other wrestler reached over and showed me Bessie.
That's how it all started, huh? Well, you know what they say, old-timer. Romance is like a busted spring in a sofa. It pops up when you least expect it. All right. Hey, are you going past... You going past the mailbox when you leave here? Because mail this letter to that rat Fred Nittany for me, will you?
Glad to, son. I'm going to mail Bessie's Valentine here anyhow. Like to see it, daughter?
Oh, I'd love to.
I brung it. I got a red crepe paper and pasted on the white lace. Here it is. Pretty?
Yes. It's beautiful.
Gee whiz. A red paper football with a flat end.
That's a heart, Johnny.
Of course it is, McGee.
Oh, sure. I must have had it upside down. Or sideways. What's the harpoon sticking through it for? Bessie a fisherman?
McGee, that's an arrow.
An arrow what? Oh, an arrow.
I read a verse on it, too, daughter, if you'd like to hear it.
My gosh, are you a poet, too?
Son, come Valentine's Day, anybody's a poet that thinks he is. Stuff may not always rhyme, but if it's read by the right party, it's pure poetry.
Isn't that a sweet thought, McGee? Go on, read the verse for us, Mr. Oldtimer.
Well, it says to Bessie, roses are red, geraniums are pink. You think you're a beaut, but I think you're cute.
Well, he's quite a character, isn't he, McGee? Here's the mail he brought in. I almost forgot.
Oh, yeah, anything interesting?
Well, package for you. Oh, and one letter. It's from your friend Fred Rat, or Fred Whitney.
Oh, him. Read it to me, kiddo, will you?
Sure. Well, it says here, Dear Fibber,
Yeah.
my old pal and long-lost friend.
Wonder what he means by that.
I don't know. He says, I have been a fool, old pal,
He always was.
fighting all these years with the best friend I ever had. I apologize, old friend, for this silly quarrel, old pal.
Hey, you sure that's from Fred Whitney? Let me see that letter. Oh, my gosh, there's money in it, too.
2 $1 bills.
Oh.
I was coming to that. He says, I'm returning the $2 I borrowed from you that started this silly quarrel and lost me the best friend.
That's it. That's what we were sore about. I remember now. Fred's suitcase was in hot, see? And I had to loan him $2 to get it out. Just because I was the guy that hocked it, he refused to pay me back. The whole thing. Gee whiz. Good old Fred finally admits he was wrong. Huh?
There's more to the letter.
Oh?
He says, I worked some nightclubs in Havana lately, and I'm fat.
Oh.
I had them Cubans send you a box of special Coronas.
Cigars. Is that what that box is about? Oh, boy.
And he says, please accept this peace offering, old pal, and let us never quarrel again. Your everlasting, newfound old friend, Fred Whitney, your pal. Well.
Gee whiz. Imagine good old Fred, the best friend I ever had. Paying me back the $2 and sending me cigars. Oh, my gosh. I got to stop that letter of mine.
Told you not to write the letter. The old timer's gone. He's had time to mail it by now.
Oh, I got to catch him. My gosh, you want old Fred to think I'm a sorehead? You want him to think I'm a guy that carries a grudge?
Oh, how could he get that impression?
What?
My.
Hang on, don't mail my letter. Hey, don't touch that letter.
Billy Mills and the orchestra in You're Just in Love.
And just as I got here, Molly, he stuffed the letter in this mailbox and slams the lid. That's the luck anyhow. If Fred gets that letter now, maybe he won't even want my friendship, Molly. He's liable to think I don't like him.
Oh, he can't be that thin-skinned, surely.
Well,
Just a few hundred names and 6 pages of invitations to drop dead.
hit this mailbox lid. Maybe I can run my hand in there and
All right, but be careful now.
if I can get my hand in. That's better.
Can you reach it? Because
I can feel something in there, but let me get the other arm in. Oh, gun box is too deep to... Uh-oh.
what's the matter? McGee, what's wrong?
My arm's caught. Both arms.
Oh, no.
Hey, Molly, I'm caught. Up to the shoulders. I can't get my arms out of here. Help me, Molly.
Now, take it easy, dear. You calm. Don't skin your arms up. Maybe we can work them out one at a time. Wait, there's Dr. Gamble. Doctor! Dr. Gamble, over here.
Oh, I don't need a doctor. I need a mechanic. Get me a mechanic. Oh, hi, Doc.
Hello, Doctor. I'm so glad to see you.
Thank you, Molly. Well. This time we have our hands caught in a mailbox, I see.
Never mind the diagnosis, fatback. How do I get loose?
How'd you get caught?
Well, he mailed a letter, Doctor, and now he wants it back. It's to an old friend.
Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois.
Yes, telling him how McGee hates him, but Fred fouled up the whole operation by sending him a present. McGee likes him now. He wants to tear up the letter.
Well, come on, Doc. Don't stand there, you big rum-dum. Get me out of here. Come on, satchel head. Get me loose.
Be all right, stout mouth. Take it easy.
Okay.
Let's see now. How did I get the bowling ball off your thumb that time?
Oil, Doctor.
Oh, yes. How did I get the sidewalk grating off his wrist last year?
Sawed it off.
And the time you got your nose caught in a ringer?
Took the rollers off. The time he got his feet stuck in the new asphalt paving, we used an air hammer to
Well, this should be fairly simple. Let's go down to the house and see what tools we can find, Molly. Maybe if we loosen the lid a little and grease his arm.
All right, Doctor. We'll hurry, dearie. Now, you just relax.
Yes, don't go away, McGee.
Okay, I'll wait. I don't know how I get into these situations like this, but by George, if
Situations like what, sir?
Huh? Oh, I didn't hear you coming, Bud. I kind of got my hands caught in this mailbox.
Really? That is an odd situation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mailed a letter to a friend of mine and then decided I shouldn't ought to have done it, so I reached in the box for it and bingo, stuck. It's silly, ain't it?
Yes, indeed. That is a ridiculous predicament.
Let me see if I can work your hands through. No, they're really in there, aren't they? Yeah, I need a crowbar or something. Are you a mechanic by any chance?
No, sir. I'm a pickpocket by trade, sir. Where do you carry your wallet?
My left hip pocket. You're a what?
The left hip pocket?
Yeah. Hey.
Ah, there it is. A nice fat one.
Hey, cut that out. Hey, come back here. Give me my wallet.
Sorry, I can't stay in chat, sir.
Hey.
$3, $3.25.
Hey, help.
Mailbox. That's government property.
Well, gee whiz. Hey, where's Doc?
Well, he got an emergency call from the hospital. But now, don't you worry. Mother will get your hands loose, I hope. How do you work this crowbar?
That's a monkey wrench, Molly. The crowbar, that's it.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. McGee. And Mr. McGee.
Why, yes, we are.
Harlow Wilcox asked me to stop by your house, so I did, but you weren't home.
Well, now that's odd, Bud. We were there a couple of hours ago. We must have just stepped out.
You know, I figured that out. Oh, we met one time, you know. I'm Harry Von Zell.
I thought you looked familiar. Nice to see you, Mr. Von Zell.
Oh, sure, I remember. I shake hands with you, Harry, but I got both hands caught in the mailbox.
Let's see. Well, I'll be darned. You have at that, have I? Well, that's what Harlow said. Anything for a laugh with this McGee, Harlow said. How did you ever figure this one out, pal?
It wasn't easy, Harry, believe me. Where's Mr. Wilcox? At home?
Yes, he's kind of knocked out with a cold, Mrs. McGee. He asked me to bring you two a message, but, well, frankly, I forgot what it was. Have you any idea what...
Maybe we can give you a clue, Bud. Clue. Was it anything about the P-E-T?
P-E-T. Oh, Pet, yes, that's it. Pet,
Milk?
Milk. Mm-hmm. Pet evaporated milk. Wonderful stuff, Harlow said. Well, you know what Harlow told me, confidentially, of course. Oh? He told me that the Pet people just take good, sweet, whole milk and evaporate it till it's double rich.
You want that kept confidential?
That's the feeling I got talking to him, yes. Something else. Harlow told me that when you use Pet milk in cooking, you get all the good milk minerals and that rich, delicious flavor besides. And vitamin D, too.
You know, I hate to disillusion you, but that's not as big a secret as you seem to
Oh,
think.
and look. Pet milk actually costs less money than any other form of milk, Harlow said. Imagine that. Why, if the general public ever found that out, if they found out that Pet milk actually saves them money, well, you can see what would happen. There might not be enough of it for people like us, friends of Harlow.
Yeah. Look, Harry boy.
Yes, Mel? Oh, I nearly forgot there was one other thing I was supposed to say to you.
What's that, Harry?
So long, kids.
Oh, so long.
Darn it, I got my hands in here. Why can't I get...
Why don't we just forget the letter and go home? Oh, no, we can't do that.
Hey, look who's coming, Ole. He's handy with tools. He ought to be able to...
Hello, Ole. Are we glad to see you?
Yeah.
Hello, missus. Hello, McGee. I don't stop to visit with you this time. I got to get the book at the outstore.
Hey.
Ole, now please wait a minute.
Yes. Oh, you got trouble, missus? I shouldn't have to ask that when I see who's with you.
He's got his hands caught, Ole, in the mailbox.
Yeah, trying to get a letter I mailed out.
Mailed out there.
Out of the mailbox.
Whose letter is it?
It's mine.
Well, then go home and wait for it, McGee. If you got letter coming, you sleep. It comes. I got to get the...
No, Ole, it isn't addressed to him.
No, it's a letter I wrote to my best friend.
Sure.
Telling him how I hate him. Only I shouldn't have wrote it because, after all, we went through together, I and him. Ours is the type of friendship that the kind of a letter I wrote is liable that if he gets it, to be right back where we started.
Well, I figured that out later, McGee. Hand me the crowbar, missus. You know, mailboxes is old stuff to me. I used to was a mailman in Sweden.
You were, Ole?
Oh, sure. And we deliver mail in all kinds of weather. Sometimes it rains big in Sweden, you know. But we put on rubber clothes, you know, them...
Raincoat?
No, it don't rain coats. It just rains rain. Oh, I used to drive a little cart, you know, to deliver the mail. I have it hitched to those little mules, you know, with the horns like Santa Claus.
Reindeer?
No, it's just rain in Sweden. You could always tell when the rain is coming, though, you see. They have big birds in the trees that squawk and make noise.
Rain crows?
No, it's just...
Yeah, I know. Rain in Sweden. Look, Ole, get me loose from here, will you? Now, don't pinch my hands now. Now, lift up.
Now, look, don't be a baby. One pull, right? Hold this up here.
Heavenly days, what's this?
Hey, what's going on?
All right, don't move, you guys. You're under arrest.
What?
Uh-oh, cop.
Hey, now, wait.
Down, you, and get your hand out of that mailbox.
Get my hand out, he said.
His hand is stuck. Now, look, officer, he was only trying to get a letter back out of here.
Sure. And you were helping him.
Of course I was, you big Lugan.
Yeah, what were you doing, mister?
Me? Oh, I get nothing to do with it, officer. I'm just donating my time. I guess.
Please do. She can't cook or sew and she won't grab your ball. So I put on my hat and walked out of the door, saying so long, it's been good to know you. So long, it's been good to know you. It's been good to know you. My telephone rang and it jumped off the wall. Brad was a preacher making a call. He said, we're waiting to tie the knot. Oh, you're getting married, believe it or not.
pews were so crowded, from front to the back, 1,000 men waited to get. I was so anxious I rushed her outside. You know, and I got along. Gotta get away, gotta get away.
You took your good old sweet time about getting here, Latrivia. You've been sitting in this post office for 2 hours.
Now, please, McGee, quiet a minute.
Okay.
What's this all about, Inspector? Well, they were apparently trying to rob a mailbox, Mr. Mayor.
That's ridiculous.
They claim to know you.
I'll tell it, Inspector. I'll tell it. I've told this story 8 times already. I know it by heart.
Well, go ahead. I'm a little sick of hearing it myself.
He's sick of it. Look, I got folks to do. Look, Latrivia, it's very simple. It's an open and shut case.
Yes, he opened the mailbox, put his hand in it, and shut it.
Exactly. I mailed a letter, and then I changed my mind. I didn't want it mailed, so I was trying to get my letter back out of the mailbox.
And I was trying to get my husband back out of the mailbox.
I see.
And you, Ole? You know, Mr. Owner, the more I think about it, the more I wonder what the Sam hell I was doing. Well, Inspector, these people are all friends of mine. Heaven help me. I can at least assure you that they are perfectly honest.
Why, certainly. My gosh, it's possible to be a friend of Latrivia's and still be honest. Ain't it, Latrivia?
Yes. Nicely put, McGee. You're sweet. Your say-so's good enough for me on these people, Mr. Mayor. Hand me the letter, Miss Egan. Thank you. Is this the letter you wanted, McGee?
That's it. Give me it, boy.
Don't grab. Sign these affidavits here, and it's yours.
Oh, thank you, Inspector. I know it was a silly thing to do, but...
There you are. Give me that letter. Boy, am I glad to get my hands on this baby. This saves a lifelong friendship for me, Latriv.
I'm so happy for you.
I'll tear this letter into a minute. Hey, wait a minute.
Now what?
This stamp has been canceled.
You...
They got no right to cancel the stamp. No right because they didn't deliver the letter. What?
Oh, McGee, now don't stop.
According to the postal law, Molly, this letter can go all the way to Fred Nittany for 3 cents. But it ain't going to Fred Nittany. I'm tearing it up. So according to the law, I got
McGee, as you know, I'm an attorney. May I give you some good, sound legal advice, free of charge?
Why, sure, Latriv. What's your advice?
Oh, am I glad to get home, McGee?
Yeah, me too, kiddo. But it was worth the trouble, though. Keep that nasty letter from going out to good old Fred.
Well, I'm glad that silly mess is over.
Yeah, me too.
The idea of 2 grown men writing insulting letters to each other over a foolish little $2 loan.
Well, that's all behind us now, Tootsie. Any guy that's man enough to admit that I'm right, when I probably ain't, sends me a box of 2-bit cigars to prove it. That's the friendship that's bound to last.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that box of cigars, baby. Straight from Havana, Cuba.
They do look pretty.
Yes, sir.
They smell as good as they look. What's the name say? Guy Fawkes Corona.
Yeah, some imported brand, I guess. Fred knows I like Coronas.
Who is Guy Fawkes? That's the name from history, isn't it?
I think so. Hand me a match, will you? Thanks.
Was it Guy Fawkes who brought tobacco to England?
No, that was an Irishman. An Irish Duke. Sir Walter Riley. Get that aroma.
Oh, it does smell good.
Imagine me being sore at the best friend I ever had. Good old Fred Nittany. I'll never say another unkind word about that guy as long as...
A rolling cigar!
Why, that dirty rat. My fountain pen. Give me some paper. Dear Fred, you dirty rat.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You often hear people say, it costs a lot to raise a baby. But remember this, it costs less to raise a baby on pet evaporated milk. That's true because pet milk costs less generally than any other form of milk. Yet no milk is more beneficial to babies. In pet milk, you can be sure that your baby gets the milk minerals and vitamin D needed for building sound teeth and bones and for making sure, steady growth. And pet milk, the first evaporated milk, is always safe, always easy for baby to digest, and always the same uniform richness. For years, doctors have recommended pet milk for babies who need to have milk from a bottle. Now ask your doctor about pet milk for your baby.
Fred, you dirty rat. I got a great poltroon to poke you right in the nose. And furthermore,
Wait a minute, a great what?
poltroon. English word.
I know, but I don't think it's...
I got the dictionary right here, Tootsie. Take a look. It says poltroon, a craven. C-R-A-V-E-N. I got a great poltroon to poke that guy right in the...
No, McGee.
Oh, oh well. Good night.
Good night, all.
First evaporated milk, pet milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night, won't you?
Mailbox. Up into cheer.
Almost everyone has a relative who is somewhat of a problem because he isn't like the rest of the family. And next Saturday morning, you're going to hear about Sally Carter's problem relative in Pet Milk Story of the Week on the Mary Lee Taylor program. Be sure to tune in for Uncle Charlie. And along with this wonderful story, you'll hear the recipe for a mighty wonderful dessert, Mary Lee Taylor's cherry cream pie. It's just about the most popular dessert ever to come from the Pet Milk Kitchen, so don't miss it. Next Saturday morning, turn your dial to NBC for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor. Tomorrow, laugh with Groucho. Now, a mystery in Big Town on NBC.
Pet Milk Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, John McIntyre, Dick Ryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Do you know that Pet evaporated milk is one of the biggest bargains on your pantry shelf? Why? Well, first of all, Pet milk is twice as rich as ordinary milk. And to use it as you would ordinary milk, you mix it with an equal amount of water. Second, Pet milk, good sweet country milk, concentrated to double richness, is just right for coffee. And third, you can actually whip Pet milk. Use it in place of expensive whipping cream for making delicious desserts. Yes, you can use Pet milk, as coffee cream, as whipping cream. And Pet milk costs less than half as much as whipping cream or coffee cream, less generally than ordinary bottled milk. So, when you need milk or cream, get Pet. Pet evaporated milk. Did you ever realize there's just an eighth of an inch between you and the city jail? Now, you take a window pane. If you look through it from one side, you're a peeping Tom, and you're liable to get 30 days in the sneezer. If you look through it from the other side, you're just an innocent, if slightly nosy householder who likes to watch neighborhood activities, like Mr. McGee of Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, what's going on out there, Lookout? Anything I ought to know about that's none of my business?
No, it's been a very quiet afternoon. That woman across the street, you know, the one with the meat cleaver face, she just sent her husband out for a sack of flour.
How on earth do you know what she sent him for?
He run back in the house and changed his dark blue overcoat for a camel's hair. What would somebody not want to carry if he was wearing a dark blue coat? Sack of flour, naturally.
Or a blonde.
Hmm?
You know, you ought to be on the detective force, dearie.
Yeah, I tried to get on it, remember? I missed 2 points in the examination.
What 2 points?
Not strong enough and no brains. But you know how our police force, it's riddled with efficiency. Hey.
Yes? Has the man come home with the flour?
No, but a car is stopping here. No, it's going on past. No, it's stopping here. Looks like it's got engine trouble.
Anyone we know?
No. Got a sticker on the back window that says YMCA.
Oh?
2 guys getting out. They got the hood up. They seem to be arguing about something. Think I'll go out and see if I can help them.
I'll go with you.
Yeah.
I've been knitting all afternoon, and it'll do me good to go out and get a breath of carbon monoxide.
Okay, well, come on.
Muggle.
Yeah, babyface?
One of these days, I'm going to mix up a barrel of cement, and it ain't going to be for no sidewalk. It's going to be for you.
Yeah, but babyface, could I help it if the motor would...
Could I help it?
Yeah?
It ain't bad enough you got to heist as a heap from in front of the YMCA. You got to get one with a hair dryer for a motor. So here we are in a square neighborhood with $1 million of express company dough under the seat. The rear full of rods, a Tommy gun in my violin case, and a guy and a dame coming out of that White House and over this way with a helpful look on their pussies.
Kind of a funny situation, ain't it?
Yeah. Tell the boys you died. Now beat it quick. Get us another car and a good one. I'll stay here with the stuff in store.
Okay, I'm going.
He looks smarter with that Halloween mask on in the express company.
Hi, Bud.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, sir. And madam?
Hello.
I was standing in the window, Bud, and I seen that your car busted down in that White House there, and I thought I'd see if there was anything I could do. My name is McGee, and I'm pretty handy with motors, and this is my wife, Mrs. McGee.
Oh. That's extremely kind of you, sir, but my assistant's on his way for help. Thank you, just the same.
Oh, forget it, sir. We're always doing silly things like this.
You with the YMCA, Bud? I noticed a YMCA sticker on your windshield, so I figured you were with the Y.
The Y? Oh, yeah. Right. My name's G.W. Williamson of the West Side YMCA, Secretary Williamson.
Oh?
Or Honest George, as they sometimes call me.
Too bad you ain't a chiffonnier, Bud. The secretary has got too short drawers for a cold day like this. Don't you get it, Molly? Secretary, chiffonnier, long drawers, short drawers.
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh, I was quite worthy myself, madam. And it wasn't so much what he said as the way he said it.
Yeah. Yeah. As the stork said when he hired some help to carry the triplets, it's the delivery that counts.
You know, your face looks familiar, sir. I suppose your picture's been in the papers.
Oh, yes, quite often. Though, frankly, I hate publicity.
Well, that ain't the right attitude, Bud. In your work, you got to get all the publicity you can get. Now, you let me take you around town. I'll get that you see that you get to meet the right people, the mayor and the chief of police.
McGee, now it's cold out here. Why don't you fix his car now and make him famous later?
Oh. Yeah, sure. Well, hop out, Secretary. Let me take a look at that motor. You must have a set of tools under the front seat there. Oh, a violin case. You a fiddler too, Secretary?
Well, in a small way, I kind of get a bang out of it. Don't worry. Sir, you just run along and
You sure this is your car, Bud? I notice it's got Massachusetts license plates on it. Ain't that a panic, Molly? Honest George, the Secretary of the Y with a hot car?
McGee, you'll be the death of me.
You'll be the death of both of you.
What say, Honest John?
Or George? I was just thinking, if I don't get away from here pretty soon, I'll be late for my class in human fellowship. You see,
excuse me, Mr. Secretary. Look, McGee, there's Dr. Gamble. Yoo-hoo, Doctor. We're down here at the curb.
Well, hello there, Molly. And good afternoon to you, too, Egg-Face.
Hi, Nurse Pincher.
Dr. Gamble. This is Secretary Williamson of the West Side YMCA.
Secretary, this is Doc Gamble, physician in sturgeon and running a black market in bunion pads.
Glad to meet you, Doctor. How do you do, Mr. Williamson? I used to go down to the East Side Y and work out. At one time, I was able to pick up a handkerchief in my teeth without bending my knees.
Heavenly days, imagine that.
You could do that? Well, it's easy the way I do it, lying on my side.
Say, weren't you a professional wrestler once, too, Doctor?
Yes, while I was working my way through medical school.
Getting to be quite a profession, wrestling.
Yeah. Why'd you give it up, Fatso? Get home one night and find your knees on the wrong side?
Oh, but I used to walk along the street practicing making ferocious faces. Until one day I noticed a man following me with a net.
Oh? Who was it?
Clyde Beatty. Listen up. I got a job in the express company.
Oh, I've done a little work with them myself.
Well, come on, Secretary. Hop out and let me get at that car. Now, wait, I can...
And you and Dr. Gamble come up to the house and have some nice hot coffee, Mr. Secretary. Hurry now, McGee. Get the car fixed.
I'll have this thing fixed before you can say it runs worse than it did before. I'll see you later. Now, let me see. Tools must be under the front. Oh. Door's locked. Where's my jackknife? Here we are. Good thing I'm always locking myself out of my own car. Know how to do this. There we are. Now for the... Ooh. Oh, my gosh. Look at the guns and ammunition. He must be giving that human fellowship talk to a bunch of soldiers, I bet. Now, these Y men do some fine work. Now, let's see now. First, I better yank out some of these wires.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and You Love Me.
Well, it's too bad Dr. Gamble had to leave for the hospital, Mr. Williamson. He's such a nice man. More hot coffee?
Oh, no, thanks, Miss McGee. Say, do you suppose your husband...
Now, don't you worry your head about McGee. It won't do a bit of good. Oh, by the way, did you say you were from Massachusetts?
Oh, no, that's just where we heisted the car. I mean...
What, heisted?
Yes. It wasn't running very well, and we heisted it up on the grease rack. Couldn't find anything wrong with it. I was on my vacation.
Oh, well, you just stopped fidgeting now. Here, let me take that violin case. It must be getting...
Oh, no, thanks. I like it. To hold it. It's sort of comfortable.
Well, I guess all us musical people are alike. I play the piano, you know. Of course, I can't hold the piano on my lap the way you hold the violin case, but...
Hey, how about a cup of coffee, Molly? Oh, hi, Honest George. Everything okay?
That's my question, McGee. Is the car ready yet? Because
Well, not quite yet. I got the radiator off all right, but then I run into trouble. I stumbled and kicked 3 spark plugs into the sewer. Don't you worry, I'll get get it fixed or know the reason why.
Oh.
McGee always knows the reason why, Mr. Williamson. It's usually because he doesn't...
Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, Oldtimer.
Mr. Williamson, this is the Oldtimer.
Oldtimer, this is Mr. Williamson. His car busted down out front. He's waiting while I fix it.
While you fix it?
Yep.
Well, be here quite a spell, won't you, mister? You got a room in the neighborhood? If I was still married, I'd get my wife to put you up here.
Wait a minute. If you were still married, I didn't know you ever were married, Mr. Oldtimer.
Me either.
Yep. I was married to a girl named Alice one time, kid. For about 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Had us a military wedding, daughter. Very pretty ceremony. I was in the army at the time. The 14 men of my officers lined up outside the church as we come out.
Yeah? Honor guard, eh?
Honor guard constantly, Johnny. Well, Alice just completely lost her head.
Really? Got excited, did she?
No. But when we come out of the church, me and Alice made a dash for the buggy under them crossed sabers and... well, poor Alice.
You mean...
Yep, too tall.
Look, McGee, I'll see if I can get that car started myself. I must be going.
No, sir, you just relax, boy. I'll get that car back together. By George, with all the YMCA does for this town, anytime I can help out the secretary of the Y, I'm going to do it.
That's right, dearie, but when are you going to do it?
Well...
Mr. Williamson is anxious to get going now.
Milkman! Hello, folks. Glad to see you. Oh, sorry. You entertaining, pal?
Not very.
Wilcox. This is Mr. Williamson. Meet Mr. Wilcox.
How do you do, sir?
Glad to know you, sir.
Have a cup of coffee, Mr. Wilcox?
Love it, Molly. You know how I am about coffee with that good, rich, pet evaporated milk in it.
Hello, hello.
Pass me that pitcher of pet, will you, pal?
I'll just get out in the street there and watch for my assistant. He ought to be along any minute now.
Oh, sit down and have some more coffee, secretary. Don't be so jumpy.
Ah, you'll love this coffee with pet milk in it, Mr. Williamson. Is something the matter, sir?
He's late for a meeting, Junior. Human fellowship. As soon as I gulp this last cup here, I'll get that car back together. And
Oh, it's a shame to gulp down coffee that's as rich and delicious tasting as any coffee is when you use pet milk. That's because...
Well, I got to get started, Junior. I made a little adjustment on the car a while ago, and something fell out of it. Now I got
What fell out of it?
The motor. As soon as I get that back in...
Oh, for the love of...
Yes, sir. Like I started to say, any coffee drinker knows that a cup of coffee tastes extra good when you use pet milk in it.
Yeah, well, that's fine. But
Of course, that's because pet milk is just good, sweet country milk evaporated to double richness, making it twice as rich and cream as ordinary milk.
Hey,
And besides
look,
that,
Milky.
There's more stuff. Yes, sir.
Mr. Williamson wanted to say something, I think.
Yeah.
He was trying to break in there, but... Mr. Williamson, wait a minute now.
Hey, my gosh, out the door. He sure is twitchy, ain't he?
Now, what's the matter with him?
Well, he's on his way to the YMCA, Mr. Wilcox. The poor man has been sitting here an hour while McGee keeps threatening to fix his car, but...
Well, gee whiz, I guess he is kind of anxious of that. Well, I'll get out there and get that car fixed. Go ahead and tell Molly about pet milk, Junior. Hey, Williamson, don't go away.
I can't go away, McGee, till I get some transportation. Oh, how did this ever happen to me?
Oh, don't you remember? You and your assistant were driving along on your way to a fellowship meeting, and your car broke down in front of my house, which shows you're just lucky because of...
Mr. McGee. Hi.
Oh.
It's me, Jeannie.
Oh, hi, sis. I want you to meet a friend of mine. This is Mr. Williamson, Teeny. Honest George Williamson.
Hi, mister.
Hello, little girl. How old are you?
6 going on 8.
What do you mean, 6 going on 8? How about 7?
I decided not to be 7, I bet you.
Huh?
I'm going right on to 8.
Why?
Well, if I'm 7, I get Miss Balzer as a teacher.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like Miss Balzer for a teacher because she's my mama's cousin and she treats me awful mean just to show there isn't any favoritism. And so I'm going to skip her.
Very logical.
Well,
I says very logical.
What is?
Going right from 6 to 8, skipping 7.
Why?
So you won't get Miss Balzer as a teacher.
For what reason?
Because she's your mama's cousin and treats you badly to prove there's...
No favoritism.
Hmm.
You know it.
Why are you staring at me like that, little girl?
Oh, I always stare at people, mister. That's because I got a photographic memory, I betcha.
Yeah? A photographic memory, eh?
Sure. I never forget a photograph. I can't remember people very good, but with photographs.
Look, McGee, I think I better go back in and use your phone.
Okay.
Maybe I can get somebody over here to help me get out.
Okay, Secretary. Don't you worry, boy. I'll get this baby running.
Sure you will, I betcha. Before you know it, even.
What do you mean?
Well, gee, it's running right now, mister.
What do you mean it's running?
Look underneath there. It's running like everything.
Oh, my gosh. I left the plug out of the crankcase.
Sure did.
The oil's all leaking. Hand me the wrench. Come on, I mean, oh, this is
funny
awful.
One of the roving kind. Yeah. She was an the roving kind. Oh, pardon me, she says to me for being out so late. But if my parents heard of this, oh, sad would be my fate. My father is in politics, he is a righteous man. My mother is an acrobat, and I do the best I can. Yeah, she was an one of the roving kind. I took her for some fish and chips and treated her so fine, and hardly did I realize she was the roving kind. I kissed her lips, I missed her lips, and much to my surprise, she was nothing but a pirate ship rigged up in a disguise. She had a dark and roving eye. She was an eye. Roving kind. So, come all you good sailor men who sail on the wintry sea. Come all you apprentice lads, a warning take. Beware of lofty clipper ships, there'll be a roll of you. What was there? He made me walk the plank, and I sank down so deep in the blue. He had a dark and she was an eye.
So you see, Bud, the reason I come back in the house was to tell you something.
What was that?
Well, I got the crankshaft took apart, and the cylinder head off, and the fuel pump disassembled. And then I noticed something. You got a flat tire, too.
Oh, McGee. And now Secretary Williamson will be late for his human fellowship class.
Yes. Well, look, I'll just call up and have an assistant secretary take over. May I use your phone again?
Why, sure, Secretary. Here you are, right here.
Thank you. Hello, operator. Give me Eddie's bookshop. Who? Oh, wait just a minute. Who's Mert?
Just a friend. You tell her not today.
I said not today, Mert. Yeah. May I take this phone into the kitchen?
Oh, sure. We don't want to butt in on any confidential YMCA business. You go right ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My, he's an interesting man,
Yeah,
McGee.
sure is.
Such fun, really.
Mm-hmm.
I almost wish I was in his YMCA classes.
Yeah?
He's just a boy himself at heart.
Yeah?
Did you know he carries a squirt gun in a shoulder holster?
No kidding. He tell you?
I saw it.
Oh?
I saw it when his coat flapped open. I said, is that a gun you're carrying? And was he embarrassed? You'd have thought I'd caught him carrying a real gun.
Yeah. No, that's a good gag at that. Squirt gun in a shoulder holster. Some fresh kid hits him with a spitball. He whirls, draws his trusty gat, and squirt. Very funny idea.
I thought so.
Yeah.
And he read me all about the YMCA out of a circular he had.
Oh?
How it trains boys for good citizenship. How it provides recreational facilities and all that.
Yeah.
And, you know, he looked so interested you'd have thought he was reading it for the first time. My goodness, I never... Coming in. Oh, for goodness sakes, Ole from the Elks Club. Hello, Ole.
Hello, missus. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Ole.
Hey, McGee, look. If that's your car all took apart out there at the curb, I get news for you.
Oh, now, Ole, if you put that car back together again and got it running, you rascal,
No,
you.
Mrs. But you did clear up one tank for me anyway. It was an automobile once.
Yeah.
McGee, you know how messy the sidewalk looked with all those parts laying around. Well, now it looked much neater.
Yeah? Did you pick 'em up and put 'em away, Ole?
No, but it's been snowing hard for 20 minutes now, and everything is covered up. Very pretty.
Oh, well, it won't be long till spring. Well, how's the family, Ole?
Oh, everybody's fine, thanks, McGee. My oldest boy, Lars, he got promotion in the Navy.
Yeah.
He was captain of a bottle ship for 2 weeks.
Battleship, you mean, Ole?
Bottle ship, I mean.
Oh?
It was a little boat that took soft drinks out to the big boats. In Florida, it was.
Oh? Pensacola?
Sure, root beer, Pensacola, ginger ale. Oh, I missed that boy, Lars.
Yeah.
He and me was always talking about things, politics and stuff.
What do you think of Atchison?
Who, Mrs.?
Atchison. You know who Atchison is, don't you?
Oh, sure. You think I'm an ignoramus?
Yeah.
Atchison, he's the fella that owns the railroad with 2 other fellas, Topeka and Santa Fe.
Well, Ole, I can see how you would miss Lars, but you still have your daughters. Let me see now. Your married daughter is named Julia, isn't it?
Yeah, Julia. Julia's going to be a mama soon.
Oh, that's great, Ole. Gonna be a mama, huh?
That's what Dr. Gamble say. You know, he's a great doctor, McGee.
Oh, yeah.
A long time ago, Julia go to him with a little head cold.
Mm-hmm.
He gives a prescription for expectorant. 3 weeks later, she's expecting. Well, so long.
Hey, that Williamson's taking a long time to make that phone call. I wonder if he can...
Thanks for the use of the phone, folks. I talked to the YMCA, and they want me to get over there right away. My class in human fellowship's waiting for me.
Well, gee, I don't know what to say about your car, Secretary. I'll never get it running by right away, so
That's all right. I'm taking your car, McGee. With your permission, that is.
Why, sure. Why didn't we think of that before?
Get your hands up, babyface. Drop that violin case on the floor.
Yeah, get your hands up and drop the case, babyface.
Well, my goodness, that's no way to treat a violin. What is this?
Hey, Secretary Williamson is our guest, Latrivia, and I'll have you know that you...
This is Babyface Williamson, public enemy, numbers 3 to 16 inclusive. The house is surrounded by policemen, Williamson. You haven't got a chance.
You haven't got a chance, babyface.
How did you know he was here, Latrivia?
Teeny told us. She recognized his picture in the post office.
I recognize his picture in the post office.
And there's a reward, too.
There's a reward, too.
A reward? Well, if I hadn't held him here pretending to fix his car while Teeny ran for the car...
No, McGee.
Huh?
No. You were fooled, too. Let's face it.
Yeah, I sure was. Hey, Secretary, give me back my $10 membership fee that I paid for joining your West Side YMCA.
McGee, for your information, we have no West Side YMCA.
Oh?
All right, babyface. Come on, Teeny. I'll see that you get the reward. See you later, folks. On your way, Secretary.
On your way, Secretary.
YMCA. Young McGee confused again.
Well, you didn't make a complete fool of me, kiddo. Look at all the literature I swiped out of his car.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. There are some things a baby can get along without and still be a happy, healthy baby. Things like satin pillows and silver spoons. But one thing a baby can't very well get along without is good, nourishing milk. And, other things being equal, the better the milk, the better the baby. And this you can depend on. There is no better milk for babies than Pet evaporated milk. Pet milk has just the right combination of whole milk minerals and vitamin D that enables a baby to build sound teeth and strong, straight bones and to make sure, steady growth. And Pet milk is uniformly rich. It's easy for the babies to digest. And it's safe, always. If you have a baby, ask your doctor about Pet milk, the first evaporated milk, the first food for millions of happy, sturdy babies.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may find hoodlums acting like YMCA men, but you don't find YMCA men acting like hoodlums.
Because it is an organization which builds character, good character and good citizenship. So when you are asked to give your support to the YMCA in your own locality, please do so. It's an investment in Americanism.
As Bud Lynn, an officer of the North Hollywood, California Y, and also top tenor in the King's Men Quartet, says, in reference to supporting this work, don't say why, say why not. Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber McGee and Molly. Pet Milk presents Fibber McGee and Molly. Bill Johnson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Cliff Marquette, Tyler McVeigh, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Bill Leslie and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. There are very few foods that cost so little yet mean so much to so many people as pet evaporated milk. Pet milk helps babies to grow strong and sturdy with straight limbs and sound teeth. Pet milk helps toddlers to grow and develop into vigorous, happy boys and girls. Pet milk helps wives and mothers to make more delicious, more nourishing family meals at lower cost. And just helps young and old to keep feeling their best. Of all the protective foods, none is more important than good whole milk. And milk is good whole milk that is double rich, concentrated to double richness by evaporation. Let Pet Milk help you have better meals at lower cost. Let Pet Milk help you keep your family well and happy. Your grocer has Pet Milk. Take home several cans tomorrow. Mr. McGee of 79 Wistful Vista is going to a convention in Peoria. But the news for the people of Peoria isn't all bad. Mrs. McGee is going with him this time to keep him out of trouble. Dr. Gamble is helping them pack. As we join Fibber McGee and Molly.
Got everything I need packed now, Molly, before I close the suitcase?
Yes, dearie, everything you need is in the bag and half the things you don't need.
You got all my convention equipment in there? I hate to forget my convention
Come
equipment.
on, Marblehead, shut up.
Huh?
The suitcase. Your cab will be here, and you won't be
quiet, Doc. Did you pack my electric cane, Molly? My carnation that squirts?
Yes.
How about my straw hat with the neon band? And my necktie that lights up and says, "Look, Jumpy." Look jumpy? Why would a necktie say, "Look jumpy"? Don't be ridiculous, Fatso. My tie lights up and says, "Which way is the men's room?"
Oh, stop it, Flapjack. You've got that suitcase packed 8 feet deep now. Let's see if we can close it. If you put one more handkerchief in that unhappy Gladstone, it'll throw a hinge.
Yes, it will, McGee. My own suitcase is so full I had to take 2 jokers out of the canister deck to get the lid closed. Already called the taxi now, so you better...
Okay. Set on the suitcase, Docky.
All right. You lock it while I...
No, not that way, large bucket. Set on the edge of it. How can I lock the suitcase when I can't even see it?
Oh, but... Is that better?
Yeah, now hold it while I... Oh, hey, I just thought of something, Molly. You think I ought to take a few paper bags full of water to drop out of windows? Nothing helps the convention like...
No, McGee, absolutely not.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's too hard to pack. Water in Peoria anyway. Now, that's got it, Doc. Thanks.
Pleasure, my boy. Anything that'll get you out of town for a couple of days is sheer delight.
Thanks, pal.
What's the name of this thing you're going to again? The annual convention of the what?
The Song and Dance Performers Organization of Peoria.
Yeah, the sad poops.
He hopes to be elected president of it this year.
That would explain the name, all right.
Yep, I've been cheated out of it every year up to now, Doc, one way or another. But this time I got my campaign all planned.
I can hardly wait not to hear about it.
Yep. If I can get on the vote counting committee and get Fred Nickney, the guy that I and he had a vaudeville act in Sod Rock, Illinois together, that we would have been charter members of the Sad Poops, only some other guy started the outfit first and we joined it later to help me, I'm in.
see why I get so confused with politics, Doctor?
You see, Doc, what I...
Hold it. Here comes the cab pulling up out front.
Oh, good. Grab the bags, Molly. I'll check the lights and see...
Everything is turned off, dearie, and locked up. Now, come on.
I'll take you a bag, Molly. Grab your coat.
Here's my bag, too, Docky. I'll open the door for you. Gosh, old-timer, I didn't know you drove a cab. Is this a regular job? You just...
No, I'm what they call a relief driver, Johnny.
Yeah?
Everybody that gets out of my cab gives a big sign and says, "Whew, what a relief."
What company is this, anyhow? You an independent cab driver?
Independent as a hog on ice, Doc. Don't care whether you ride with me or not. Where you going, kid? Someplace?
Union Station, Mr. Oldtimer.
Yeah, going to a convention in Peoria.
I'll ride as far as the hospital with you, if you don't mind. You go past the hospital on your way to the station, old-timer?
A good cab driver, Doctor, can go past any place on his way to any place. Just as long as the meter is clicking. And it is.
I hope you know how to drive that cab, because we're in kind of a hurry, yeah?
Johnny, I'll get you there pronto. May have to drive a little slower than usual, though. Been having a little trouble with my new glasses.
Wait a minute now. You're having trouble with your glasses and you're driving a cab?
You betcha, daughter. I'm no quitter. I'm no stiffy. For a while there, it was pretty bad, though.
Yeah?
Couldn't tell whether them traffic lights was gray for go or blue for stop.
Ready for go. Uh-oh.
It's better now, though. Them traffic lights look all the same. Purple.
Yeah. Well, look, maybe we better walk to the station.
I've got no time to fool around now, Johnny. If you want to make that train, you kids hop in the cab there and... Hey, what's that? Oh, here it is.
Yeah, you kids climb in. I'll walk to the hospital.
On the steering wheel, Johnny, and start up. You kids hop in the back and... Hey, who took my steering wheel? Johnny, if you stole my steering wheel...
Oh, get out of there. You're in the back seat. I copy driving cab.
Don't worry about a thing, Johnny. Union Station, here we come. Hold tight, kids. Don't worry, daughter. You kids relax. Hold your hands over your eyes. I'll get you there.
Stop the cab.
Nervous, daughter?
No. Lonesome. Could we please go back and get my husband?
Get out those old records.
Let's see. That's the article I was reading. Watch the video. Not too. It's like living in Florida on top of something else. It's only nice. I don't know. It's the joy of living next to it. We cut all the trees down around here 100 years ago. They shit.
It's rather crowded.
Come on, Molly. Gate 5 is over this way.
Oh, McGee, I'm so excited.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get on that train. I love to ride trains.
Well, not me, kiddo. I hate it.
You do?
You betcha. I'd stuck my leg into the right arm of my overcoat in the upper berth at 5 a.m. too often.
Well, this trip ought to be fun. I'm anxious
Your
to get...
attention, please. Will passengers for train number 7, the Bone Chaser, leaving at 4:22 and a half for Poison Well, Princess Crossing, Mutton Point, Dusty Flat, Joe, Missouri. Not be so stupid. This is the Union Station, and that train leaves from Grand Central.
Grand Central. Hey, what's that guy talking about? You can't get the Fury on the Grand Central. Oh, hi, Ole. Hey, Molly, here's Ole. Ole from the Elks Club.
Oh, hello there, Ollie.
Hello, missus. Nice to see you. Hello, McGee. You coming back from someplace, I'm afraid, or going away everybody hopes?
Going to Peoria, Ollie, for a convention.
Oh, for goodness sake, it's invented. Yeah. You know I rented one of those tanks once. Yeah.
Sons and daughters were feeding it for us in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I played a bass drum in the parade, you know. Boom, 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 boom.
Some fun, eh?
No, it was very miserable, McGee.
Yeah.
It starts to rain and I don't see where I'm going. Mm-hmm. And my drum makes so much noise I don't get a real sister. Mm-hmm. So I walk and I walk and I walk. And boom, 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 boom. Till I suddenly see I'm acting all alone.
Heavenly days, what you do, Ollie?
Well, I asked somebody, where am I? And he says this is St. Paul. So, I'm very glad to meet you, and I played the drum for a horse.
Well, this is the convention of the SABPOOPs, Ollie. The fast food. The Dance Performers Organization of Peoria. I'll maybe get to be president of it this year, probably by a unanimous vote, like maybe 68 to 23.
To be a very amusing convention, Ollie. You know how old vaudevillians are.
No, missus, I don't. You know, vaudeville never gets very familiar with me. How are they?
We just sat around and lied to each other about how often we played the palace. How Zigfeld tried to send for us, but the telegram got mislaid. What we did to him in Kankakee. Then we all have a good cry for poor old Millfeather and Crump, jugglers extraordinary that brained each other simultaneously with Indian Club at the Ramona Theater in Grand Rapids in 1913.
I don't know much about show business, McGee, except for my wife's cousin, Poor. He was a hooper.
Oh, wonderful. Tap or soft too, Ollie? What kind of dancing did he do?
Oh, Poor, he don't dance. He's a very clumsy fella.
You said he was a hooker.
Sure, the King's Mule.
Oh.
After every show, he looked after the hoops. You know, I remember one time.
Your attention, please. Train number 94, Cinder Bucket, now being on track 5 on Grand Rapids. Bring all go home. Back left on. And the audience.
Well, we better get going. Goodbye, Ollie.
Yeah, so long, Ollie. So long, both you fellas.
Sure you don't mind riding backwards, McGee? I'll be glad to change places with you.
No, I don't mind riding backwards. Matter of fact, being the kind of a guy I am, I'd rather not see what's ahead of me anyway.
Passengers on the Cinder Bucket. We're passing through a very interesting part of the country. As you face forward, the high seat to the left is Mount Shang, which is composed almost entirely of frostmatite.
What's frostmatite?
Frostmatite is square minerals. Which combined with other minerals become a brittle socket, the priceless ingredient which...
Did you say brittle
right was the priceless ingredient of?
No, but I think it's the stuff they soak shoelaces in so they can only bust while you're running for a streetcar.
The long trip, folks, the dining car is a good skip, so get the candy bars, the peanuts, the pet milk.
Hey, Junior. Mr. Wilcox.
Well, father. Hello, Molly. Hello, pal.
Hello. These heavenly days. No matter where we go, we always seem to run into Mr. Wilcox. The way you turn up is positively uncanny.
Please, Molly, never use that word to me. I am never uncanny. I've got dozens of them. Cans and cans of pet evaporated milk.
Junior, I've been riding these rattlers since the Union Pacific was a cow sale, and you're the first candy butcher I ever seen selling pet milk on a train.
Well, naturally, it's my own idea, pal. Lots of families with children ride this train. They need a good milk for coffee. They need the best milk for the children and for the baby's formula. So what's the answer? Pet milk.
Yes, but how do you...
Passengers out the candy bucket. We are approaching the historic 7th Tunnel. Why digging this tunnel? Workmen were astounded to find a huge... That'll be still be seen on the wall.
That engineer's got himself confused with Benny Goodman.
Yeah. What they find huge in the tunnel, Junior?
Oh, who cares? The thing is that aside from the people who want pet milk on the train for their coffee and to mix the baby's formula,
22-foot tail. Wow.
A lot of them buy it because they know they'll need pet milk when they get home or wherever they're going.
If it had a tail 22 feet long, McGee, it must have
You
been
see,
one of those.
people who travel get a good idea of value, and they know the pet milk is the all-family milk, especially for babies and growing children, because pets is sterilized in its own sealed can.
If I'm elected president of the Tad Poops, I'm going to investigate.
And besides that, you see, pet milk contains the milk minerals so necessary to good, healthy growth and sound bones and teeth.
22 feet long. Wow.
So, for parents who want to give their youngsters every possible chance to grow up sturdy and strong, pet milk is practically a must.
Oh. My God. What's that? Emergency?
No. That's just a signal from me. Huh? 6 short ones. It means take pet milk to baggage car, brakeman making coffee.
I'm just loving this series. Right on.
Passengers out the center bucket. We are now passing over the front binder.
There's a lot of...
Is the very site. Down the hill, completely new.
Anyway, we can shut that dad-ratted thing off.
Oh, don't shut it off. I'd still like to hear one complete announcement.
Yeah, but my gosh, I don't...
Good day, folks. May I have your tickets, please?
Oh, certainly, conductor. McGee, the ticket.
Yeah, hi, Bud. Don't go away. I got them here someplace. Now, let me see. I think I had them in my... No. Well...
Won't you sit down, conductor, while my husband...
Well, no, thank you, madam. It is not permitted. No. It is a policy of the company to keep the personnel on their feet. Seems that the president of the railroad also owns a large firm which sells arch support. He's no fool. Find your tickets, sir?
No, but I got them here someplace.
Oh.
Just be patient. I'm looking.
Oh, it's nice to know you, Mr. Lookin. And this, I presume, is Mrs. Lookin?
No, I'm Mrs. McGee.
Well, it's nice to see that you found a congenial traveling companion, Mrs. McGee. May I have your tickets while Mr. Looking is hunting his?
I got her tickets, Buster.
Oh, you have?
Yes, I have.
Look, baby, never trust your railroad tickets to men you meet casually on trains. With a puss like this, How about those tickets, Mr. Lookin?
I'm not looking, doggone.
You better get started. That's all I can say.
Started what?
Lookin.
I am looking. Pipe down a minute, will you? Don't take that tone of voice to me, mister. I can have you put off this train, you know.
Oh, now, don't get so fresh. We've got tickets. What are you trying to do, roust us?
Doctor, the lady I'm talking to you. Sorry, I didn't hear what you said, Mom. That's right. My name ain't Rousters. I'm McGee. I thought you were looking.
He can quit. Here's the tickets. I had them.
Well, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry now. Now what? This is the right train, so don't give me but the wrong car, sir. What? This is car number 2. Your car is toward the rear of the train.
Well, that's all right. We'll go back there. Which is our car, sir?
Number 418, madam. This is a long train.
If I were a bell. Sir, all I can say is if I were a bell, from the moment we kissed that I got to be how do I feel, little B, with my quiet upbringing? Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a gate, I'd be swinging. And if I were a watch, I'd stop. Or if I were a bell, how do I feel from this chemistry lesson I'm learning? Well, sir, all I can say is if I were a bridge, I'd be by. My heart would break from the wonderful ways you look. I be cook. Ask me, how do I feel? Ask me now that we're fondly caressing. If I were a salad, I know I'd be slicing my dressing. If I were a season,
Well, here we are, kiddo. How's it feel to be standing in front of the Peoria Astoria Hotel in Peoria with the guy that'll probably be the next president of the Sad Poop?
Tired. I didn't sleep a wink on that train last night. Somebody kept snoring all night.
That's funny. I didn't hear it. I slept like a log.
I know. I heard that log going back and forth through the sawmill. Oh, I do hope you win your election this year, dearie. You've run for president before, haven't you?
Every convention. I've been gypped out of it, one flimsy excuse or another every time.
Well, now that's a shame.
Yep. One year it was because my dues wasn't paid up. Next time it was because nobody voted for me, and one bad break after another. Come on, let's register and look for old Fred Nitley. This convention ought to be...
Well, for goodness sakes, look who's coming through the lobby.
Huh?
Merely trivia. Imagine meeting you here.
My gosh, for trivia. Hi, boy. Well, this is a pleasant surprise, Molly. Never expected to see you here. Hello, McGee.
Himself is here for a convention, Mr. Mayor, and I came along.
Yeah, the SADPOOP's convention is here, Latriv. The Sad Poops. I'll probably get elected president.
The what, McGee?
The Song and Dance Performers Organization of Peoria, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, the Sad Poops. Annual convention. Have it every 5 years.
See, annually.
Yeah. I made a lot of old friends here this week, Latriv. Real friends. True friends. Guys I ain't give a thought to in 20 years.
Very touching, McGee. That's the sort of friend I'd like to make of you.
That's sweet.
Yeah. What room you in, Latriv? I'll bring a bunch of the old fast food pals up tonight and really show you a time. We'll make it headquarters. Set it on, swap jokes, smoke your cigars, put our feet...
Wait just a minute. How long are you going to be here?
All week, Mr. Mayor, after the convention.
Great Scott, I've got to get home immediately.
Huh?
You realize that you and I are both away from Wistful Vista at the same time, McGee? This is an impossible situation.
My goodness, I never thought of that.
Gee, me either. You worried about the town getting in a mess without me there to watch things, huh?
Well, not exactly. I was thinking what a wonderful week this must be in Wistful Vista. Oh, the trivia, you fool. Go home. Grab a plane. Call a taxi. Boy! Get a taxi! A taxi!
Isn't he sweet, McGee? And so conscientious, too.
Yeah. Well, come on, let's get up to desk here and get registered so we can start conventioning. Boy, oh boy, I can hardly wait to look up old Fred Nittany and the rest of the guys and get myself...
Good day, sir. You wish to register?
Yep. Fibber McGee, Wistful Vista. This is my wife, Mrs. McGee. Check us in, page Fred Nittany for me, show me where the Fast Food Convention is being held, and then send a case of root beer and a box of cigars up to the room.
You are Mr. McGee, sir? Fibber McGee?
Well, if he isn't, I should have stayed home.
That's for you, sir.
Oh, thanks, bud. Oh, my God. It's from old Fred.
Really?
Yeah, he's already here, all right.
Oh, well, good. I've always wanted to meet Fred Nittany.
He says, Dear Fibber, got here and found I was the only sad poop that showed up.
What?
All the other performers are in television this year. You and I are the only remaining members. I'm quitting now myself. Take it away, pal. I'm off to Buffalo. Your pal, Fred. Oh, my God.
Well, heavenly days. So you're the last of the sad poop.
Yep.
What are you so happy about?
Why don't you get it, kiddo? Being the only remaining member, I'm the new president.
The new president and his wife return in just a moment. Every so often, it seems, people need to be reminded of some of the good things in life that are within easy reach. Milk, for example, pet milk. Every time you go to your grocery store, you can see pet milk on the shelf. Quite often, probably, you take some home. But do you know how much this milk can mean to you and your family? You know, of course, the pet milk helps you to make favorite family dishes extra good. But did you also know that the minerals and vitamin D in pet milk enable a baby to build sound teeth and bones? And that the protein helps keep body tissues in repair? Now, when a simple everyday food like pet milk can help make family meals more enjoyable and also help to keep the family well, it deserves to be called one of the good things in life. You have pet milk on your pantry shelf? If not, how about getting some tomorrow?
My, this hotel room is just beautiful, dearie. And the service, everyone is so wonderful to us.
Yeah, it's all on account of that story I give the newspapers, kiddo.
The newspapers?
Yeah, I called and told them the new president of the Fat Poops was here, only I shortened the initials a little. Let me read it to you. It says, new president of ST Vacations here.
President of ST at Southern Pacific.
Somehow that's what the hotel must have thought.
Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday night. Have you ever made the mistake of jumping to conclusions about a neighbor? Well, then you'll know how the people on Blackberry Lane feel when they discover what a mistake they've made about their new neighbor. It's all told in the Story of the Week, scheduled for next Saturday morning on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program. And the second big feature of the program is the husband-tested recipe of the week for macaroni loaf with cream tuna. It's an easy-to-fix main dish that helps cut down your meat bill. So, for a mighty helpful recipe and a highly dramatic story, tune in to NBC next Saturday morning for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor. Dear Big Town, next on NBC. New program with Fibber McGee and Molly. Evaporated milk, Pet Milk presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryant, Dick LeGrand, Ann Diamond, Tyler McVeigh, Dick Ryan, Lillian Lee, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Most women are looking for ways to make their money go further. And one sure way to cut down on the food bill is still give your family the nourishing meals that mean so much, is to use Pet's evaporated milk. To make meat go further, for example, mix Pet milk and breadcrumbs with ground meat for making good juicy meat loaf or meat patties. Use Pet milk, too, for rich, creamy, smooth sauces for creamed meats or vegetables. And use Pet milk for making milk drinks for the youngsters. Good, nourishing drinks like hot cocoa, for instance. Remember, whole milk is nature's most nearly perfect food. And Pet milk is whole milk concentrated to double richness. Not only that, Pet milk costs less, generally, than any other form of whole milk. Get into the habit of using Pet milk in the many ways it can be used for making favorite family dishes extra good, extra nourishing. You save money when you do. Get Pet milk at your grocer's tomorrow. There is a certain affliction which seems to hit middle-aged men with little pot bellies and mushy muscles who keep bragging about what wonderful shape they're in. It's called athlete's mouth. Listen to a big, loud one as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
That's why I'm going bowling tonight with Wilcox and Latrivia. Matter of health. Keeps me in condition. Muscle tone. You know what muscle tone is?
Certainly. That's when a cat's biceps wind up as a violin string. And I'm afraid yours would all be G flat.
Oh, no, they wouldn't. I'm in a pretty darn good shape for a guy my age, and you know why?
Yes, because you conserve your strength.
That's it.
You let me pick your yesterday's shirt up off the bedroom floor.
Because, my dear, I take proper exercise at regular intervals. Bowling. Do you know that bowling exercises almost every muscle in the body?
No. The neck muscles, too?
Oh, especially the neck muscles. Why, I've developed a regular bull neck just from peeking at the score sheet in the next alley. Trying to find out how other people are doing.
Well, all right. Let's admit, for the sake of discussion, that you've got muscles like cement.
Betcha.
Rubber cement. But what are you trying to sell me, dearie?
I ain't trying to sell you anything. I'm merely suggesting that you ought to take as good a care of yourself as I take care of mine. So look, put on a pair of tennis shoes, join I and Wilcox and Latrivia, and come bowling. You got to keep in condition as well as me.
Well, come in.
Hey, that's Ole from the Elks. Hi, Ole.
Hello, Ole.
Well, hello, McGee. Hello, Mrs. I just thought I'd stop in on my way back from the doctor's.
The doctor. Have you been ill, Ole?
Oh, no. I just go in for a semi-annual checkup.
Checkup, you mean?
Check up till I get the bill, then I choke up.
I'm glad it was just a routine examination, Ole. I hope you came out with flying colors.
No, I come out with a fellow named Jorgensen. He had a skull fracture.
My gosh, a skull fracture.
No, a skull fracture.
Oh?
He's in your tavern, and he raises his glass, and he says skull to the waitress. And the bartender, who's the waitress' husband, hits Jorgensen with his sign.
your examination culminate, Ole?
Oh, it culminated all right, missus, but it don't pronounce it good. Doc Gamble says I got blood pressure.
Hi, Ollie.
Hi, McGee. Counts my blood and says I don't get too many white blood corporals.
Low, Ole?
Low, missus. Nice to see you. And the doctor, he wraps a gray bandage around my elbow and he pumps my arm up with a well bicycle pump. You know, I guess I hold air pretty good, because he said my cardigan condition was very good.
Condition, Ollie.
Yes, cardigan is a sweater.
Sure, I'm tried a cardigan myself, and I shovel coal with the scrub furnace all winter. A real sweater. Well, then he finished the examination, and he makes out his bill. And what a bill.
Hi, Ollie.
Hi, McGee. How's everything? Running along. So long, both you fellas.
Oh, Ole is so cute, isn't he?
Yeah, he's good enough of a guy, but my guy's a guy that he's been a United States resident of this country as long as Ole's probably been one. Should ought to make himself a little an effort to learn himself to talk better English, seems to me.
Well, maybe he could teach some from you. That is, if you're willing to learn him a little.
Oh, I bet I could at that. Hey.
Yes?
Look, Ole says he takes a semi-annual medical examination every year. When did you have one last?
For me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know, McGee. I think it was, now let me see, that last insurance policy was, 1936, I believe it was.
1936, and this is 1951. 15 years. Gee, kiddo, you ought to get yourself checked over. Personally, I keep in fine condition by bowling and stuff, like I and Wilcox and the Turvey are doing tonight. But you don't even know how you feel.
I do, too. I feel fine.
How do you know?
How do I know I feel fine?
Yeah.
Well, I just do, that's all. I feel wonderful.
Now, that's impossible, kiddo. You simply can't know how you feel till you get checked up on. Doc Gamble says you're okay. Okay, then go ahead and feel good. You're just taking advantage of your own ignorance. Come on. Let's go down to Doc Gamble's and get yourself looked at. Come on, get your hat. We'll go down to Doc Gamble's.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and I Am Love.
Hey, sis, how soon can we see the doc? My gosh, we've been here 20 minutes.
Is this an emergency, Mr. McGee?
Absolutely. My wife has waited 15 years to get her health checked up on, and every added minute is...
No, nurse, it is not an emergency. We'll wait. Come on and sit down, McGee.
Oh, gee whiz, I don't see why it...
Dr. Gamble's office? Yes, Mrs. Thompson. You say you think your bill is too big? Well, bring him in and we'll put him on a diet.
Quite busy, isn't it, dearie? Dr. Gamble's office is always crowded like this. You know, he must be the best doctor in town.
Oh, yeah? Well, if he's so good, why do his patients have to keep coming back? Why don't he cure some of them?
Pardon me, sir. Are you through with that magazine?
Huh? Oh, sure. Here you are, Bud. You can have it.
Thanks. You know, I've been coming here every week for a long time.
Oh, that's too bad. You have something chronic, sir?
Oh, I'm in perfect health, madam, but I'm reading a serial in the Saturday Evening Post. Page 54.
Dr. Gamble's office. Who? Oh, yes, Miss Brick Thistle. Well, when it says take one pill 3 times a day, it doesn't mean the same pill. You take a different pill each time. Not at all. Goodbye.
You're ridiculous. Take one pill 3 times a day. Like the guy that didn't know whether he liked olives, so he tied a string on an olive. Gamble here?
Yes, sir.
Well, what do you got? Craps, poker, roulette, blackjack, whatever it is?
Pardon me, sir. This is the office of Dr. George Gamble.
Oh, excuse me. Like the fella didn't know if he liked olives, see, so he tied a string on an olive and put
Excuse me. Folks, if you ahead of me to see the doctor, or am I ahead of you?
Well, I'm sorry. We were here first, but if it's something serious...
Oh, no, it's just this epidemic. I came 500 miles to see Dr. Gamble.
Flu, sir?
No, I rode my bicycle. The roads were pretty icy.
Yeah. Hey, Sid. Come on, does Flash or Gamble know we're waiting out here? My gosh, with all the business he gets from me, you think he'd have...
Gamble, I'm here for my operation. I'm ready.
Oh, yes, Mr. Tabloid. We're expecting you.
John Tabloid, Molly, the millionaire publisher. He's the
The
big...
doctor will be with you in a few minutes, Mr. Tabloid.
In a few minutes. I'm a busy man, nurse. I made an appointment to have my tonsils out at 2 o'clock.
I know, but we're a little
It's
bit...
2 o'clock. Tell the doctor to
turned
get
them
his
off
instruments
until
ready and yank my tonsils. I'm double parked.
Yes, Mr. Tabloid. Right through that door there.
Right.
Heavenly daisy, double parks to have his tonsils out.
Yeah. You got right in the door to see Doc, too, while we sat here and wait. What kind of a joint you running here, sis? The more dough you got, the better service you get, huh? Where does that door go to? The operating room?
No, that's the fire escape. 12 floors down and no knob on the outside.
Dr. Gamble plays no favorites. Oh, look. Over there behind the newspaper. Isn't that Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, yeah. Hey, hi, Junior.
Oh, hi, pal. Hello, Molly.
I didn't see you come in, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, I just didn't feel like talking, Molly. I sort of...
Didn't feel like talking. Boy, you must be sick.
Oh, look good, Mr. Wilcox. What's the matter?
I don't know, Molly. Just don't feel right. Working too hard, maybe. I don't know.
Hey, you look pale, pal. Yeah. You got a complexion like a tired abalone. You ought to see a doctor and
Well, here comes Dr. Gamble, Mr. Wilcox. Maybe he'll take a look at
And
you.
he's a fine baby, Margie. You just keep him on that formula I gave you at the hospital. The pet milk formula.
Thanks, Doctor. He just eats like a horse.
Hey, did he say pet milk?
I don't know. Hey, Doc, can we be next? We've been waiting.
Winston, give Mrs. McGarry another copy of that pet milk formula. And, oh, hello, Harlow. I didn't see you.
Did you say pet milk formula, Doc?
Here we go.
For the baby there? Yes, why?
Well, gee whiz, Doc, oh, that name. Pet milk.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy, Junior. Don't get excited, boy. You're sick.
My baby's on pet milk, son. Helps him to grow up strong and healthy. Keeps him well.
My gosh, he's even got Doc doing it now.
Well, hey, tell me more, Doc. Go on. Tell me more.
Well, there's kind of a legend around this town about Gamble babies being sort of special babies. And I like that.
Yeah?
So I put my babies on the best formula I know, naturally. And that happens to be pet milk.
Sure, Doc, sure. Because Pet evaporated milk contains all the milk minerals that children need to grow strong, straight bones and good sound teeth, huh?
Mr. Wilcox, take it easy. Don't crowd yourself. You're not well.
Hey, Doc, that pet milk is just good, sweet, whole milk evaporated to double richness with all the bodybuilding milk substances left in and only water taken out. You know that, huh?
Sure, I know what I'm prescribing.
Hey, guys, look at the color come back to Junior's face, Molly. Lighten up like the front window of Joe's pool room. I never saw such...
Hey, Doc, do you tell these young mothers about how pet milk is always uniformly rich? So they know that every feeding with the pet milk formula is just like the previous feeding? No variations in it to upset a tiny tummy?
Yes, I know.
Do they know that a pet milk baby is a happy, healthy baby with every possible chance to grow up strong?
Hey, look, see a big look. Arlo. Milky, Doc, milky. Look, milky. Yeah.
Yes, pal. Yes, Doc.
Did you want to see me about something? Are you sick or...
Who, me? Yeah. After hearing what you said about pet milk, never felt better in my life, Doc. Great. See you at the bowling alley tonight, pal.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, wonderful.
Strange, lad.
Well, when you know him as well as we do, Doctor. Where did Dr. Gamble go, McGee?
Went back inside, and by George, I'm getting tired of this waiting. The good thing it's you that's sick, Molly, because if it was me that was sick, I'd tear this joint apart. I'd kick that door in and raise more cane like...
Tell Doc Gamble his car is washed, baby, and hello there, kid.
Hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, Oldtimer.
What you doing here, Johnny? You sick, boy?
Of course not. I'm in the proper condition, Oldtimer. I'm going bowling tonight. That's what keeps me in shape, boy.
Oh, bowling. I used to love it, Johnny. Matter of fact, I worked as a pinboy at one time.
Pinboy?
Yep. Brother pins whenever the bowlers busted their suspenders. You like it? I found it very boring. Had to bring my girlfriend Bessie in here last week. She wasn't feeling good.
Doctor look her over?
Yep, Doc examines her and he says, Bessie, he says, I may have to remove your goiter. Bessie says, Doc, if you remove my goiters, my socks will fall down. Bessie, she's a car.
She's a whole deck.
Last week, but I got a home remedy for it. Works fine.
A home remedy, huh? What's it like?
It's very simple, daughter. The first sign of a cold, you just take a handful of black powder, tablespoonful of BBs, and a double arm load of cattails.
Powder, BBs, and cattails?
Yep. You take them out in the woods at the edge of a pond full of rainwater at the dark of the moon.
The dark of the moon?
Yep. You sit there and wait till daylight. Then you stick the cattails in the ground, hide in them, ram the powder and the BBs into a 12-gauge shotgun, and shoot yourself.
Shoot yourself?
Shoot yourself a goose.
Oh.
Boil it down, spoon off the goose grease, rub it on your chest, go to bed for 3 days, and then call the doctor.
Granted, I'm getting tired of this runaround. If Doc Gamble don't see us within 5 minutes, I'm
Mr.
really...
and Mrs. McGee, you may go in now.
Yeah, you see? You just have to make a few threats and they will.
Okay, Molly, I've finished with him. Perfect shape.
Oh, Doctor.
Never mind her shape, Fatso. How's her health?
I guess that's what he meant, dearie. I'm afraid. You see, Dr. McGee's been worried about me because I haven't had a checkup in so long.
Well, it wasn't only that, kiddo. It was them spots all over your face.
Spots?
What spots? Them little black spots that kept whirling around. I leaned over to pick up a magazine out in the office there, and when I straightened up, Molly had spots all over her face. Yeah, and all over her coat, too. And on the wall. Knowing that she don't bowl regular like me and can't be in too good a condition, I
Take off your coat, McGee.
Oh, dear.
What do you mean, take off my coat? It ain't me that's sick tummy thumper. I bowl, and the guy that take off your coat.
I'll help you, dearie. Here, now, take it easy.
Ow! Watch it, Molly. I got a pain in my side there where I fell on the ice yesterday.
Where's the pain? There?
Ow! Quit jabbing me. Big sadist.
I think your rib's broken. Lie down.
Huh?
Your jaw looks a little puffy, too, Molly. You notice that?
Happened yesterday, Doctor.
It was just a busted tooth, so that's all.
He was cracking pecans, Doctor.
Yeah. Somehow a ball bearing got mixed in with it. See a dentist about... Wow! Stop poking my stomach. I'm not...
Miss Ward, wheel the x-ray in.
Huh?
Bring my stethoscope and cancel all appointments. This may take all day.
Now, wait.
Now in the treetop.
Scared of going home because it's too fine late.
You forget. Only thinking of you. Scared of going home because it's too.
Hey, ain't you through examining me, Doc? My gosh, I've been in here for an hour and you've looked at me through everything but a Venetian blind.
That's a good thing he has, too, dearie. Heavenly days. A broken rib, an infected tooth, a bursitis, a slight bronchial condition, and gout.
My final verdict, X-Phase, is that you have been dead for 2 weeks.
Oh, haha, you're kidding.
Not by very much, I'm not. Nurse, have those x-rays come back yet?
I can't get them away from the technicians, Doctor. They just keep looking at them and laughing.
Now, Molly, if you'll hand me that little silver hatchet up there.
Hatchet? Oh, no, you don't open up my skull with no silver hatchet.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to show you this. Isn't it pretty?
Oh, it's lovely, Doctor.
Read the inscription.
To Dr. George Gamble, in appreciation of his fine record in Wistful Vista, from the Chamber of Commerce, February 22nd, 1951.
Washington's birthday. They gave a party for me. Read the other side.
To our own little George. First in war, first in peace, first in the hearts, livers, and kidneys of his Wistful Vista countrymen. Isn't that sweet?
Dad, how long do I have to lie down here and listen to this chat? I want to go home. I got a date to go bowling tonight, and I want to...
Look, goober puss. I've got news for you.
Yeah?
You're not going bowling tonight, tomorrow night, nor next week. You're in rotten shape. Nurse, get Mr. McGee's clothes.
Comfy, dearie? Another pillow under your head?
No. No, I'm all right. Thanks.
Well, I must say you look wonderful. You've got a better color than you've had in a month. Pink as can be.
How's it look now?
Well, good heavens, you're pale again. What happened?
The light was shining onto my face through this police gazette.
Well, I'm sorry you won't be able to go bowling tonight, dearie, but maybe...
Come in. Come in.
Oh, it's his honor. Do come in, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Alice. Walk quietly, boy. We got illness here.
Well, if somebody's sick, they'd better get you out of the house and let it quiet down. Come on, Mark Toots and I are waiting at the bowling alley, boys. We'll
No,
go down.
it's himself here that's sick, Mr. Mayor.
It's nothing trivial, though. I'll be up and around in a few days. Too bad, Latrivia. I know you can't get away very often for bowling, and I thought...
How do you manage to get away for bowling, Mr. Mayor, as busy a man as you are?
There are only two ways a public official can get some free time, Molly. One, get indicted and go to jail. And two, appoint a committee.
Oh.
A committee is the answer to almost everything. In private life, it's known as passing the buck. In public life, it's called appointing a committee.
Word, ain't it, Latriv? Committee?
Greek. Oh. It means a small group of the unfit appointed by the unthinking to undertake the utterly unnecessary.
Ah, you are so educated, Mr. Mayor. I bet you know almost everything.
Oh, I'll bet he don't. Who discovered the airplane, Latrivia?
You mean recently? Arthur Godfrey.
You see, McGee, he's so well informed. But being mayor...
Being mayor, I don't have to be well informed. I just have to give fast answers and then go on to something else before anybody can check up.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry you can't bowl tonight, McGee. This was a match game. We need a foursome, so I've...
Are you thinking the same thing I am, Mr. Mayor?
Yes. You need anything, McGee?
Huh? No, I'm comfortable. Going to try to sleep a while.
Sure you won't need me for a while, dearie.
No, thanks. I'm going to take a little nap and then...
Get his bowling ball, Mr. Mayor. I'll run upstairs and get my flat heels. Phone the alleys. Tell 'em we're coming. You don't mind, do you, dearie?
Oh, no, go ahead, kid. I'm glad you're finally taking my advice. There's nothing like bowling for Tony.
Fibber and Molly return in just a moment. Some people have the idea that you just can't get from a meatless meal the same nourishment that meat supplies. Now, if you feel that way about it, here's a fact worth remembering. Protein, the most important food element supplied by meat, is also supplied by milk. And Pet evaporated milk, being double rich whole milk, is twice as rich in protein as ordinary milk. So use Pet milk to make your meatless main dishes extra nourishing. Yes, and extra delicious, too. Right now, many grocery stores are featuring a grand meatless main dish called macaroni loaf with creamed tuna. Made with Pet milk, it's delicious. As satisfying a main dish as anyone can ask for, and rich in body-building protein. Look for the tested Pet milk recipe for macaroni loaf with creamed tuna in your grocery store. And serve your family this good, satisfying. First evaporated milk, Pet Milk presents Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, George Peroni, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Band and Billy Mills Orchestra. You know, I'm just about the luckiest guy in the world. Here I am with one of the greatest comedy teams on the air, and at the same time selling a product that's been a favorite in millions of homes since before I was born. Pet evaporated milk. Well, you've probably been using Pet milk as long as you can remember. Quite likely you were a Pet milk baby. Lucky if you were, too, because Pet milk babies get a specially good start in life. Women who cook with Pet milk get a break, too, Because pet milk makes everyday food taste wonderful. Why? Because pet milk is whole milk concentrated to double richness. Only water is taken out. All the cream stays in. And the result? Good whole milk that's twice as rich as ordinary bottled milk. Pet milk. Your grocer has it. Get pet milk tomorrow. Pet milk, the first evaporated milk. The Vista Antique Shop is an interesting place. You can find most anything there, from a cast iron andiron for your fireplace to a second-hand for your watch. In fact, if you walk through there today, you'll even find Fibber McGee and Molly.
My goodness, this place is simply loaded, McGee.
Yeah.
Don't you love to look at antiques?
I don't know, kiddo. I can't see them for all the junk. Must set up their stock in here by shooting it in through the front door with a cannon.
That's what makes it interesting, dearie.
It is?
You never know what you'll stumble over next. Ow.
Matter.
Stumbled over a cannonball. I never saw so much.
Hey, look at this old beer mug, Molly. Somebody put their name and phone number on it.
Phone number? Where?
On the tag here. See, it says Silverstein, Circle 1850.
Oh, no, McGee, that's a silver sign.
Huh?
Beer sign.
Sure. A mug.
And it's circa 1850, not circle. That means it was made almost 100 years ago, dearie.
It does?
Sure.
My gosh, you can tell all that just from a phone number on it? You sure know more about antiques than I do, Twisty.
Believe me, dearie, it's not difficult.
Not that it matters, of course. If I really wanted to know when the mug was made, all I'd have to do is call up this guy Silverstein at Circle 1850 and... What's he looking for?
A clerk. I wonder if anybody's running this place. We've been here half an hour and I haven't seen a soul. Is anyone in charge here?
I'll show you how to get a clerk out here. Hand me something. Anything.
What do you want?
Here, this old candlestick will do it. Watch this. I merely put the candlestick in my side coat pocket like this. And it's $12, sir. Is there anything else I can show you?
My goodness, where'd you come from, mister?
Cornfeld, Missouri, ma'am. From a pioneer family. My grandmother built the first gin mill in Southeast. Now, look, very interesting, Bud, but we ain't interested. As long as you're out here, though, show us something. Well, I'll be happy to, sir. Yeah. What would you like me to show you?
Well...
Oh, I know. How about some card tricks? Here, pick a card, any card.
Sir, we're just in here shopping. We didn't come in to be entertained.
Oh, you won't find me very entertaining, madam, I can assure you. Oh, my wife so often says to me, Marvin, you jerk, she says. I don't answer. My name is Conrad. Well, look, Sonny boy. Maybe you better just crawl back in your hole and leave...
Oh, wait. Look, McGee. Huh? Isn't this a pretty little table? The round one with the turned-up edges?
Yeah. Oh, that is indeed a valuable piece, madam. That table once belonged to Louis the 14th.
My goodness, Louis the 14th.
Louis the 14th Street baker. That's a high-crust table. It is. Looks just like wood. Although I've ate some of Louis' pie crust, and come to think of it, it does taste a little like a tabletop.
I understand his food was recommended by Duncan Fife.
Hey, there's an interesting-looking clock on the counter there, Bud. See that pot, Molly? See that? That, sir, is a genuine grandfather's clock. Oh. Very rare.
A grandfather's clock? Why, it's only 2 feet high.
Grandfather, madam, was a midget. How'd he get to be a midget, Bud? Well, when Grandfather was just a child, he took a job with a circus, assisting a nearsighted roustabout who kept mistaking him for a tent stake. With a 16-pound sledgehammer, it took him less than a week to hammer Grandfather into a knot-headed midget. I remember when I was a kid, Bud, my grandfather had a clock, too. He didn't keep it in the house, though. He kept it on the front porch facing the bus stop so people could tell when the bus was due.
Really, McGee? That was thoughtful.
Yeah, facing the bus stop, eh? Yeah. They used to say Grandfather has a clock that would face the stop. Gosh, don't you get it, Bud? You've heard the expression, had a face that would stop.
It ain't funny, McGee.
Good as that thing he told about his grandfather. George, if I was a salesman and the customer made a joke, I'd try to force a little...
No, I just got it, sir. You should be on the radio.
Don't overdo it, Bud. Probably ain't going to buy anything anyway.
Oh, look, McGee. The vase there on the shelf.
Where? Oh, that flowered one. Oh, that's just like
the one you broke.
Yeah.
The one you broke, exactly like it.
Huh?
The one that I had to put the maid to it away till I could find another one to match.
Yeah.
Let me see that, sir.
Why, gladly, madam. That is a handsome piece. Genuine Flagendorf china. Yeah.
That's the one. Same cloth on it, McGee, see?
Yeah.
How much is it, sir? I have one just like it, and I need a pair.
To you, madam, since you want it very badly, I'll make a special price. $20.
Oh, dear.
How much would it be if she didn't want it, Bud? $10. So, here's $10. Well, thank you. I'll have it wrapped for you. Wait right here. Okay.
Oh, Rachel, we got rid of that vase expensive.
My, I'm so glad I found that thing, McGee. I've been looking for a mate to that vase.
Hey, you folks, oh, hello there, kid.
My gosh, the old timer.
Hey, Johnny, hi, daughter. Shopping or swapping?
Well, a little of both, Mr. Oldtimer. We just swapped $10 for a vase. They're wrapping it up for you.
Yeah.
$10 for a vase? That's full of gold pieces?
No, it's empty now, but it'll be full of cigar ashes if I don't watch it, which I will, believe me.
Well, I'm just looking around down here, daughter. I love old things.
Yeah. Well, how is Bessie these days, anyhow?
Well, oh, Bessie's healthier than a bobtail mule, kid.
Yeah.
And just as pretty. I got kind of a pet name for her, daughter. I call her... Oh, my little carrot top.
Oh, carrot top, huh? Red hair?
Nope, pointed head. Mighty fine girl, though, Bessie is. Got herself a job at the city last week, and me and her went out and painted the town red.
No kidding. Painted the town.
Well, not the whole town, of course, just the curbs.
Oh.
No parking, loading zone, more troops, foot here, stuff like that. But Bessie was too sentimental for the job.
Too sentimental to handle a paintbrush? What you mean?
Well, at 14th and Oak, where it used to say no parking, it now says in big red letters, Bessie loves old timers.
Oh, my goodness. She wears her heart on her paint bucket, does she?
Yep. When I read that, I says to her, Bessie, I says, that's libel. Libel, she says. Yep, I says, liable to get you fired. It did. I got to find her a job, kids. My birthday is coming up. I'll see you later. So long, old man. Billy Mills, the orchestra. Tennessee Waltz.
Want me to carry the vase for a while, McGee? Your record for handling delicate objects of art isn't very good, you know.
No, it's rap good. I'm usually pretty clumsy, but not with stuff that costs $10. I think no more of $10 than Gorgeous George thinks of Gorgeous George.
Look out, dearie.
What are you yanking my arm for? You almost made me drop the vase.
Look back of you.
Huh? Oh, my gosh. Open manhole. Gee, thanks, kiddo.
Happy to do it for an old friend like you. But I'd better carry the vase. Being a woman, I'm not as likely to fall into a manhole.
All right, Tootsie, I got a real tight hold on things. I could get knocked down by a 10-ton truck or shot at by bandits and never loosen my grip on next day.
Well, good day, Mr. Mayor. My, it's nice to see you.
Hi, Trivia. Hey, you're up for re-election this year, ain't you?
Yes, and I'd like to request a favor of you.
Why, certainly, Your Honor. Just name it.
Sure, just name it, boy. Anything I can do for a fellow that he's the best mayor this town ever had and never done a crooked thing in his whole life that anybody knows about, proving that even if he has, he could have covered it up so good it'll never be found out, which proves that a clever mayor is just as good as an honest one, I'll be glad to do it.
Thank you. Do you remember that during my last campaign you stayed strictly out of it and I was re-elected?
Yes?
Yes. Well, do me a favor and stay out of it again. You know, you nearly ruined me 2 elections ago, Molly. He plastered the town with posters.
He did?
You betcha, and I made him up. The slogan was, a vote for La Trivia is a vote for corruption being eliminated in Wistful Vista.
Yes. Yes, and my opposition went round the night before and cut off the bottom half. So they all read, a vote for La Trivia is a vote for corruption.
How awful.
What do you mean, awful? I planned it that way. Every gambler and hoodlum and crook in town voted for him. He got elected, didn't he?
McGee, do you know Charlie Power, my campaign manager?
No, but if he wants any ideas from me on how to run...
He doesn't.
What about Mr. Power, Mr. Mayor?
Well, I was just going to say that if McGee messes into my campaign this year, you'll probably see Charlie and me staggering up the street, arm in arm, singing Sweet Adeline.
You mean with me on your side, you'll...
Yes. Yes, I'll be drunk with power. Good day.
He's just kidding, I suppose. The mayor's a teetotaler, isn't he?
No, I'll say. Hates alcohol so much that after he plays handball at the Elks, he always gets a rub down with ginger ale. Well, I mind one time... Why, I don't see any... Huh? Yeah. Somebody threw a piano out of that window. I knew somebody'd play the Tennessee Waltz once too often.
They were hoisting it up to the 5th floor and the rope broke. You jumped back just in time, dearie.
Careless idiot. He might have busted this big.
You better let me carry it. You've had more close calls than a fat man in a phone booth.
All right, I got it okay, Tootsie. You just relax. I've protected it pretty good so far, ain't I?
Well, yes, you have. Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, Molly. Hi, pal. What do you got there?
It's a vase, Mr. Wilcox. We bought it in an antique shop.
Yep. It's a very valuable object of the art, Junie. Do you know anything about the art?
No. No, but my cousin, big ultramarine Wilcox, is an artist. Took it up accidentally.
How can you take up art accidentally?
Well, he was going to redecorate his house, so he spread a canvas on the floor, lined up 12 different kinds of paint. That night, there was an earthquake. Threw the paint all over the canvas. He had it framed, sent it to the Modern Art Show, and won the Ernest P. Bookins Award, $10,000.
Not the Ernest P. Book? Well,
Yeah.
what do you know?
For the fame.
He's still working at it?
Well, in a way he is. He bought a lot more paint, and he's been sitting around for 7 years waiting for another earthquake. Better come quick because he's used up almost all of the 10,000.
Yeah. What's your favorite piece of art, Junior? The Mona Lisa?
No, pal. To me, the loveliest thing in the world is that beautifully curved, magnificently proportioned, scientifically designed object, a can of pet milk.
I always wondered why you kept one on the mantelpiece in your house with the soft light shining on it.
Yes, Molly, it's caused a lot of comments. All kinds of comments.
That's all.
Yes, people look at it and say, you nuts or something? Or they say, boy, is that silly. Stuff like that. But I don't care. I know what I like.
Well, if you really like art, Junior, this vase is...
I know what millions of other people like, too. Pet milk.
Pet milk.
Mm-hmm. Maybe not to put on the mantle with a light shining on it, but for real artistic use in the kitchen. And say, do kids love chocolate drinks made with pet milk? You know, you can't fool a youngster on taste. And they know that pet milk is just good, sweet country milk, concentrated to double richness, giving their milk drinks a special flavor.
Speaking of good taste, when I get this vase with some flowers in it, I can get rid of my old flower pot.
Oh, speaking of pots.
Oh, cut it out. Just because the guy puts on a little weight, everybody starts.
No. I meant coffee pots. Yeah, it isn't only the children who know the value of pet milk, it's their coffee-loving parents, too. Because any cup of good coffee, doubly flavorful with that rich pet milk, is extra good. Pet milk, the first evaporated milk, is a great thing for everybody. Coffee, the babies, everything.
Milky.
Yes, pal.
We'll have to leave you in a minute. Our streetcar is coming, Mr. Woodcock.
Yeah, hey, it's nice to see them running again. They were out on strike last week, you know.
Yeah.
I was talking to one of the motormen about it. Said he stayed in bed the whole week, and his wife pressed all his clothes.
Is that so?
Mm-hmm. Thus proving the old saying.
What old saying?
Iron while the strike is hot.
Iron.
Come on, kids.
Well, come on, dearie. Here comes our car.
Okay. Oh, baby, streets all off of me. Let them out, please.
When I get aboard, you hand me the base, dearie.
Oh, I got it okay, kiddo. You pay the fare and I'll get on.
Next stop, Samaritan Starters. Go around the service next. Change for middle of the and grab some east. All right.
Come on, Molly, let's sit toward the back. Oh, hey, Buck, watch who you're shoving there. I got a valuable vase here.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Oh, hiya, Sid.
Oh, hi, Georgie. I didn't recognize you. Want you to meet my wife, Georgie. Molly, this is Georgie Nothing.
Well, how do you do, I'm sure, Mr. Nothing?
Hi, Mrs. McGee. I'm glad to meet any wife of Mr. McGee's because unemployment is a serious thing.
What's unemployment got to do with it, Georgie?
Nothing in this case, because I wouldn't have took the job anyway.
Huh?
Who do they think I am to stand there up to my hips in cold sauerkraut?
Up to your hips in cold sauerkraut. What kind of a job is that?
Exactly what I asked myself. Georgie, I says, this ain't for you. You may be able to ride to work one day. The next day, what happens? No bait. Bait? Bait for what? Who knows for what? To drop your line in and wait, that's all. Sometimes it takes all day. The next time out, your parachute doesn't open. And bingo. Bingo? Yeah, I play it every night. Couldn't take the job. Stand up to my hips in cold sauerkraut. Playing bingo. Who do they think I am? What?
Go for last work next. Go for last work. The next you would need a fire, screen of box breakfast.
Come on, Molly, that's us. 14th Street. So we get off, Georgie. See you later.
Goodbye, Mr. Nothing.
So long, Mrs. McGee.
Well, he's an interesting lad, McGee. A little confusing.
Yeah,
but
Georgie's a nice little guy. I played pool with him at the Elks Club.
he talks like a pool player. His conversation keeps going into the side pocket. Well, come on, let's get off.
Oh, last work. Light him up, please. Light him up.
Down to the base now. McGee, where's the base?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, hold it, conductor. Hold it. I forgot something. Hey, Georgie, throw me that vase off the seat, will you?
No, McGee,
I got it. Thanks, Georgie. Seeing Georgie was a friend of mine, I'd hate to have had a stranger throw this vase to me. Might as well.
Next. Train, hold this trip and out of Virginia. Oh.
Kingsmen and St. Patrick's Day Parade.
But all the Irish all turn out to celebrate St. Patrick's Day. The big St. Patrick's Day. The back away, go when you go away, and put your Irish feet. There'll be cookie money. Singing and dancing, the jigs and the reels, the common dolls and Larry O'Toole, Billy Maloney and Practical Joe. Still a man as happy as they.
My, I'll be glad to get that vase home safely. I'm a nervous wreck. Let me carry it before...
We're nearly there now, Tootsie. Boy, I ain't handled anything as careful. Oh, there's Ole. Hi, Ole.
Hello there, Ole.
Hey, McGee. Hello, missus.
How's everyone at your house, Ole? All well?
Oh, everybody's fine, missus. But my wife's brother-in-law is fully sick. They're going to let us know how he gets along.
Virus, Ole?
Oh, the virus, or either letter, or either way. My leverage kid, little Sven, he don't feel so good today, though.
Oh, dear. Is he sick too, Ole?
They're not exactly sick, missus, but when we get up this morning, my missus finds little Sven is cutting some new teeth.
Boy, that can hurt. Did you take him to the doctor?
No, I took him to the woodshed. Huh? New teeth he was cutting, but my missus' new bridge and my good hacksaw uses too.
That's a pretty horrible job raising kids, Ole. I know from experience because I used to be one.
Just the same, you must get a lot of pleasure out of your family, Ole. Say, what do you hear from the boy in the Navy? Any news from him lately?
Oh, Lars? Oh, dear, very proud of Lars, missus. He got a picture from him last week.
Oh.
He's in uniform, you know, with that scrambled eggs on his shoulders there.
Oh. Promoted already, huh? Scrambled eggs, Molly. That's Navy talk for gold break.
Oh?
Right, Ole?
No, McGee, these scrambled eggs was the real McCoy.
Oh.
Eating breakfast when the ship hit a bomb.
Well, he's probably what they call the officer's mess, Ole.
They like him fine on the boat, though. Yeah. He says in the letter they promote him to the bridge.
The bridge? My gosh, that's where they run the boat from. See the captain?
No, he don't say in the letter.
Oh.
He just says he has private room and they bring his meals to him every day. I guess he works pretty hard with his brains because they keep the door locked so nobody comes in and disturbs him.
This is on the bridge, Ole?
It says right in the letter, missus. I am now in the bridge. B-R-I-G bridge. Well, so long, boy.
Well, come on in the house, dearie. Let me have the vase. I'm so...
No. You just open the door, Tootsie. I'll take it right into the living room.
Oh, I never thought we'd make it with you carrying it.
Yeah, it is quite a thing, kiddo, carrying the $10 vase clear across town to the...
Telephone.
Yeah, you hold the vase while I answer. Careful now.
I've got it. Go ahead.
79 Wistful Vista, McGee. Huh? Oh, the antique shop. Yeah, we got home with the vase okay, bud. Yeah, my wife's standing here holding it right now. Why? It what?
It is? Oh, my gosh.
What is it, McGee?
They gave us the wrong vase, Molly. This is a genuine Ming vase, worth $500.
What? Heavenly days, oh!
How's that? You're coming over to pick it up, Bud? You better bring a dustpan. Terrible's happened here.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Because you want to give your baby the best possible start in life, naturally, you will want him to have the milk that can do the most for him. And no milk you can buy can do more for a baby than Pet evaporated milk. Strong, straight limbs and sound teeth? Yes, Pet milk has what it takes to enable a baby to build bones that are straight and strong. And Pet milk also provides the substances that build sound teeth. And how will your baby grow on Pet milk? Well, if you could see how steadily and sturdily hundreds of thousands of babies are growing on this favorite form of milk, you'd have your answer. And remember this, Pet milk, with all its beneficial qualities, costs less generally than any other form of whole milk. Ask your doctor about Pet milk, the first evaporated milk, the first food for babies.
Ladies and gentlemen, a broken vase can be glued back together and nobody will care very much, but to restore a crippled child to health and happiness is a bigger problem and a lot more important one. The Society for Crippled Children and Adults sells Easter seals for this purpose.
Every Easter seal you buy helps a little toward giving some helpless man, woman, or child a new hope and a new start. Buy a lot of them, or send as large an amount as you can to the Society for Crippled Children, 11 South LaSalle Street, Chicago.
An Easter seal is just a little piece of paper, but enough of them, kindled by warm hearts, can burn crutches.
And melt steel braces.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Evaporated milk, Pet milk, brings you Fibber McGee and Molly each week at this time. Be with us again next Tuesday. In the spring, a young man's fancy turns to thoughts of love. And next Saturday morning, there'll be wedding bells ringing in Pet Milk's Story of the Week on the Mary Lee Taylor program. It's another exciting story about the Carter family, which you're sure to enjoy. And the second big feature of the program is just as exciting. It's the Pet Milk recipe of the week for Easter ham dinner. A delicious and thrifty dinner featuring the meat traditionally served at Easter time. Remember, for the story of the week and the recipe of the week, turn your dial next Saturday morning to NBC for Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor.
Steve Wilson combats crime in Big Town. Next on NBC.
Dear Mary Margaret McBride, how can a wife talk over the top or around the sides of a morning paper behind which her husband has disappeared at breakfast? Like at 79 Wistful Vista with Fibber McGee and Molly.
McGee, are you still there, dearie? Sweetheart, this is WIFE calling HUBBY. Come in, HUBBY. Over.
Huh? Oh, you speaking to me, kiddo?
Yes, if you'll pardon the familiarity.
Oh.
Now that you've read the paper, what's new, you?
Fascinating story on the front page. You know the old guy that hangs around the corner of 14th and Oak selling razor blades, pencils, and hot chestnuts?
What about him?
He died last week. 99 years old.
Oh.
No family, no friends.
And $50,000 sewed into the lining of his ragged old overcoat.
Impossible.
What's impossible?
To have $50,000 and no friends?
Nobody knew he had it. He lived all alone in a piano box back in the alley. He was a hermit.
Hermit.
Hmm?
Hermit is a man's name.
I know. It was this man's name. Herman the Hermit. Herman Steinway was his real name, according to the paper. Come from a wealthy musical family. He was the black sheep. They cut him off with $1 in an old piano box.
Well, if he'd have been more upright, he might have had $1,000.
Ah, that's my girl. If they fit, dig 'em up and use 'em again. You know what this ragged Herman done with the $50,000?
What?
He made a will, leaving it to a guy he didn't even know.
No.
A perfect stranger. Because the guy had felt sorry for him in his ragged overcoat and offered him his own. A good Samoan.
Samaritan?
I don't know. He didn't give the guy's name.
Well, if he was a stranger, how'd he know to whom to leave it?
Well, the lawyer that prohibited the will found him. You know, for a contingent fee, a lawyer can find a celluloid collar in a hot volcano. Anyway, the lawyer that prohibited the will...
Probated, dearie.
Yeah, but imagine $50,000 because he done the old guy a good deed. You know what I think I'll do? I think I'll prowl around town today and be nice to strangers.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. You never know. I might just happen to do some ragged guy a favor. Well, just out of the goodness of my heart, with no mercenary motives whatsoever. Except to be sweet to people, have the guy leave me a stack of El Foldo in his last will and tenement. Want to come with me?
Dearie, I wouldn't miss it for a gold mine with H.O. Pinza working as foreman. Wait till I clear up these dishes and I'll be right with you.
Okay. I think I'll wear a bow tie. I always feel more naive and lovable with a bow tie. And if some rich hermit should have...
Who do you suppose that is?
I don't know, but I hope he's in trouble, so I can do him a good deed, a favor. Come in.
Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello, daughter. Hello, Johnny. Passing by, so I thought I wouldn't.
Thought you wouldn't what?
Pass by.
Oh.
Well, you, kid.
You see the morning paper.
Couldn't, daughter. Loaned my bifocals to my girl, Bessie.
Oh?
First saw we've had this winter, and she's out picking mushrooms. Sure hope she's wearing them bifocals.
Mushrooms, eh? Bessie giving a dinner party?
Yep. Beefsteak and mushroom dinner for the Wistful Vista Young Republicans Club, Johnny.
Oh.
Bessie takes her politics real serious.
Oh, faithful Republican, huh?
Yeah. Out picking some mushrooms.
No, faithful Democrat out picking some toadstools. Well, what's in the morning paper?
Remember the old buzzer that hung around 14th and Oak selling pencils and razor blades and hot chestnuts?
Old Herman the Hermit? Hope you didn't get stung with any of his razor blades, boy. With them things, you couldn't carve past the cheese on your ravioli. Since Herman makes them himself out of tinfoil. Why, Jack.
Well, he died last week, and he left $50,000 to some person who had been nice to him.
Yeah, a perfect stranger, too. Imagine that.
Yes, Johnny, I can't imagine that. To be nice to Herman, you'd have to be a stranger. Stingy old coot. I'm a fairly slow man with $1 myself, but Herman made me look like an intoxicated gunner's mate in Paris on payday. But I'm kind of a miser myself, kid.
That's all.
I got a little stashed away.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, you have? Well, you just hang on to that dough and leave it to somebody that's always been nice to you. Somebody that you could always feel free to drop in on. Anytime. For a cup of coffee. Or any old thing. Here, have a cigar. Real friends. People that like you for what you are instead of for what you got. More coffee, fella?
No, thanks, Johnny. but you're sweet.
Let me do you a favor, old-timer. Forget you told me about having all that dough hid away. Let me do something for you. My gosh, with me being your closest and best friend, I'm...
All right, boy. You can do something.
Why, sure, you betcha. Anything at all. My gosh, what can I do? You got a good warm overcoat? Take mine. Gee whiz, I got an old Macintosh I can wear. Don't look good and it freezes my knees, but if you need my overcoat, boy...
Oh, no, Johnny. Thanks. All I want you to do for me is, well, can I leave my money here with you where it'll be safe? It's my life savings and...
Why, you certainly may. Certainly may, and we'll take mighty good care of it.
How much you want the receipt for, old-timer? This piece of paper big enough?
Oh, sure. Now, wait a minute. I got it sewed in the lining of my coat here.
Oh, boy.
Can I help you, Mr. Oldtimer?
Oh, no, thanks, daughter. There we are. Yep. Oh, here. $37. Kids, you're real kind to old folks.
$37. Well, who knows? He may be just testing me. After all, he did let me do him a favor.
Two of them.
What do you mean, two of them?
Look in the other room.
Huh?
He left his old overcoat and took yours. Samaritan, shall we go downtown?
Leave us be off. Let's walk a little faster, kiddo. My legs are cold.
Yes, I can see why they would be. That's an unethical Mackinac.
Yeah.
It hits you below the belt. But if we walk too fast, you won't find anybody in trouble to do a good deed.
Oh, I'll find somebody then. Hey, look. Look, guy lying on the sidewalk up ahead there.
Oh?
Why, he's fainted. Oh, come on. Look at how shabby he is.
Yeah?
Another hermit, I bet you. Poor old guy. Probably fainted from lack of hunger. Ain't this wonderful? I'll give him artificial perspiration.
Yeah, but you shouldn't...
Here, hold my hat. This calls for a cool head. Let me see. Remember my boy Scott training. Oh, yes. Straddle the recumbent body. Press the hands firmly against lower ribs.
Why, hey, what's that? Get off my back, you rum-dum. What do you think you're doing? Let me up.
Now, take it easy, boy. Take it easy. You'll be all right. You're among our friends.
What happened, sir? Did you faint? Are you hungry?
No, I'm not hungry, and I didn't faint. I am J. Merrill Moffat, president of the Wistful Vista Building and Loan Company, and I dropped my wristwatch down this sidewalk grating.
Oh, dear. Well, come on, McGee.
Sorry, Moffat, old man. Just trying to do a good turn. I hold no grudge. Just because you weren't sick or drunk or didn't need any help. I was only...
Oh, be quiet, you idiot. And tuck your shirt in. Of all of his faithful exhibitions.
Hey, Molly. Sticking out?
No, dearie, it's the Mackinac.
Oh.
It's so short he thought it was your shirt. No mistake, though.
Well, at least I give the old college try, kiddo. What if that guy had a fainted? Well, he'd have never forgotten what I'd done for him. Might have left me all his stock in the building and loans. So I ain't discouraged. I'll keep trying. Oh, hi, Doc.
Oh, Dr. Gamble. Hello, Doctor.
Hello there, my dear. And good morning to you, too, Bubblehead. Where'd you get the small caliber jacket? Steal it out of the third grade cloakroom at the schoolhouse?
Here, I refuse to be insulted. I took up a new hobby. I'm a good Samoan.
Samaritan.
Go around and give everybody a helping hand. Irregardless of race, creed, religion, or how much dough they got stacked away. All I want to do is to be nice to people. A friend of man, woman, and beast. And speaking of beast, is there any favor I can do for you today?
Son, you have more weird poses than a model in an itchy bathing suit. You're a good Samaritan. What's his angle, Molly?
Well, Doctor, in the paper this morning.
Oh, I see. Herman the Hermit.
Yeah.
Just $50,000 to a friendly stranger. So now little Chiselfinger is bouncing about.
Being helpful, hoping he can save a ragged but grateful millionaire whose brakes have failed on his wheelchair. How optimistic can you get, Wobble Brain?
He's not doing this for mere money, Doctor. He says. He just wants to be friendly to everybody, particularly everybody who has no other friends or relatives to inherit their money.
You betcha. My gosh, anybody think I was simply out to make enough impression on some ragged hermit that he'd leave me his dough?
Aren't you?
Sure, but it's kind of a nasty thing to think of. Sure I can't do you any good turns, Ducky?
Just any little thing, Doctor, like taking down your thermometer or one of your wealthier patients.
No, but I will say this, McGee. Your attitude has impressed me so much.
Thank you, Doctor.
And your sincerity is so obviously, well, I'm making out my will this afternoon, and I'm going to leave you...
What are you going to leave me, Doc?
Standing here.
You know, I'm afraid the good doctor is a little cynical, McGee.
Yeah. He's seen so much of the seamy side, he looks at life through a handful of lint. Besides that, oh, look at that tired-looking woman coming out of the market there. Boy, is she loaded.
Oh, hi, sis. Let me help you carry that stuff. No, thank you. I can handle them. I'm only going to my car.
Oh, come on. I want to do it. I like to do people favors.
Well, do me one and get lost. I don't need any help.
Oh, sure you do. My gosh, all them groceries? Here, I'll take this big sack here and I'll put...
Dear old heavenly days. Here, let me help pick these things up.
Thanks, but how can you pick up a puddle of milk? Well, if it hadn't been for this clumsy oak here, get you, butterfingers.
Oh, now look, sis, I'm sorry. I was only trying to help.
And you say you saw the whole thing, Mr. Wilcox.
Then why didn't you come over and help us pick up the stuff?
Well, I didn't trust myself.
Didn't trust yourself to what?
Well, you know me, the pet milkman. I couldn't have trusted myself not to say, Madam, if you'd bought pet milk in its famous, neat, sterilized can, wouldn't have spilled all over the sidewalk. It bounces. See a beautiful baby bouncing with health and happiness, there's a very good chance that it's a pet milk baby. Because you see...
Oh, my gosh, all I done was I tried to help the woman with her groceries. Could I help it if the old bag...
McGee! That's no way to talk about a lady.
I wasn't talking about the lady. I says if that old bag she was carrying them groceries in... if that old bag hadn't had a hole in it, where a sharp carrot was sticking through...
As I was saying, pet milk was first, you know, to be fortified with pure crystalline vitamin D. That's first choice of good cooks as a great all-purpose, all-family milk. Pet milk, the first and the
I'd do
final.
somebody a favor.
Oh, well, stop grousing, dearie. It was merely an accident. You paid her for the damage.
I'll say $1.65, too, I paid her. I'll bet it's a racket with her. I'll bet she just buys carrots, runs back in the office, sharpens them in a pencil sharpener. So they'll be sharp enough to punch a hole in the grocery bag and then wait for a big-hearted dimwit like me to come along and... Oh, hey, Junior.
Yes, pal. Hey, may I finish first?
Oh, pray do.
Thank you. You see, pet milk is good, sweet country milk, concentrated to double richness, to serve equally well as milk, coffee cream, and even for whipping. Available at food stores everywhere, by the can or by the case. Now, yes, pal?
You sure you're through?
Mm-hmm.
You've only been pitching in there for 7 innings.
The rest can wait till next week. What's on your mind?
I'd like to ask your advice. As an older man, you may...
Oh, now, wait a minute. Older man. Why, you'd worn out 3 razors before I finished reading The 3 Bears. Don't give me that older man business, Gramps.
Well, then let us say as a more experienced, more sophisticated, more educated, more thoughtful...
More baloney, anyone, while we're slicing it?
All right, get on with it. What advice do you want?
Well, if you was me...
Oh, no. Oh, please. Stop. What a horrible thought. I'm sorry, pal.
If I were you. Oh, no. Let me out of here. I'll see you later, Molly.
Huh?
Oh, the big baby.
Well, the idea didn't seem to appeal to him, did it?
Why should it? If he was me, he wouldn't have the strength of character to handle my problems, and he knows it. Oh, well, let's move on and see who I can do a favor for.
Getting a little McGee, isn't it, Windy?
Huh?
Or, getting a little windy, isn't it, McGee?
Yeah. Me with a short Macintosh on, too. It's warm enough, what there is of it, but I feel like I was in a hot bathroom standing up to my hips in a tub of cold water. That's that newsstand. The papers are all going to blow away. Some ragged little newsboy's going to lose his day's profit.
Well, I don't see him anywhere. If we only had a small anchor or flat iron or something to hold the papers down with.
Hey, there's the big rock. I'll get that.
Where? Oh, no, McGee, don't take that. That's...
It's okay, kiddo. It was under the back wheel of that truck. Gosh, you might have backed right over it without seeing it. Here, this will weigh down them papers, and then they sure won't.
McGee, the truck is moving backwards. Jump in and put the brakes on.
Oh, okay, Hey, the door's locked.
Jump off quick. It's going faster.
Oh,
dear.
Hey, down the street.
Get out. Heavenly days, right through the window of Kramer's drugstore.
First interesting window display Kramer's had in 5 years. Well, come on, kiddo. At least we saved the kids' newspapers.
Hey, McGee, I'm getting cold.
Okay. Let's walk once more around the reservoir and hit for home.
Well, good. Anyway, you know, I'm beginning to believe that you can't go out and deliberately make somebody leave you all their money just because you did them a favor. I think it just has to happen.
Well, that's the wrong attitude, kiddo. I always said...
Geez, what was that?
I don't know. I don't think... Hey, look! Hey, a kid fell into the reservoir.
What?
Here, hold my Macintosh. I'll save him.
Watch it now. Oh, my hero, my great big hero.
Hey, Molly, take the kid.
Here,
grab him.
I got him. All right, Sonny, don't you fret yourself. You're safe, thanks to my brave husband. McGee, are you all right?
Yeah, except for a skull fracture. I bumped my head when I dived in. This water's only 2 feet deep. We got to get this kid home. It's cold.
I'll stop a car.
Yeah.
Emergency, stop!
Hey, give us a lift home, will you, bud? This kid fell into the reservoir, and I pulled him out. It's cold. We got to get him home.
Are you still chilled, dearie? Want another blanket and another hot buttered root beer?
No. I'm fine, thanks.
Imagine you saving the life of little Huntington J. Crumford, the son of the rich millionaire.
Yeah.
And think what his father, the Huntington J. Crumford, will do when he gets home from the office and they tell him who saved his little boy.
Yeah.
My goodness, the least he can do is to...
I hope that's the old timer bringing me back my overcoat, because...
Come in.
Good evening, madam. I am Huntington J. Crumford.
Oh, how do you do? I'm sure, Mr. Crumford. This is my husband, Mr. McGee, the hero who saved your little boy.
Yeah. What do you mean, save my little boy? Hero my elbow. That kid is the junior swimming champion of the state. And that water was only 2 feet deep.
Yeah, but...
And besides that, he lives just across the street from the reservoir, and you had to ride him around the car for 20 minutes before you took him home.
Well, he was laughing so hard at my husband's chattering teeth that he couldn't tell us where he lived.
Anyway...
Well, after this, mind your own business. Huh? He's always falling into the reservoir. Wasn't bad enough you had to spoil his fun, you also made him lose his sailboat. That cost me $15.
How did we lose it?
Your husband smashed it flat with his head when he dove in. It's just 2 days to replace that sailboat, or by thunder, sir, you'll hear from my attorney.
You know something?
What?
I just had a thought. Who was it that had the $50,000 in the first place? The kind stranger? No. The ragged hermit. That's who had it. Here. Throw this $5 into the lining of my Macintosh and leave room for more. I started on the wrong end of this racket.
Fibber and Molly returned in a moment.
Timer was here a few minutes ago, and he brought back your overcoat.
Oh, thanks. Well, then take the $5 out of the lining of my Macintosh and throw it into my overcoat, will you?
I can't. He took your Mackinaw.
He took my Macintosh? You mean
He says it's better for him because he can reach his trousers pockets better and make change for people.
What people?
His customers.
Customers?
He's selling razor blades and pencils and hot chestnuts on Herman the Hermit's old corner.
Why, that dirty double-crosser, I was going to do that myself. Oh, good night.
Good night, all. Night, all.
For Pet Milk, the Fibber McGee and Molly program. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents the Fibber McGee and Molly program. This week without Fibber McGee and Molly. Like so many other people, Fibber is recovering from an illness. Molly is looking after him, and they both expect to be back with us next week. In the meantime, we bring you Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, Peggy Weber, Dave Willock, Herb Vigran, and Diamond, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie and directed by Max Hutto, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Day after tomorrow, in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Harry Zarif of New York City, 4 excited youngsters will blow out the candles on their 7th birthday cake. Yes, the famous Zarif quads, so tiny and delicate at birth, will be celebrating their 7th birthday. And what sturdy children they are, thanks in large measure to the pet milk they had during infancy and still have. You see, safe, easy-to-digest pet milk has the nourishing milk substances plus the vitamin D that doctors agree babies and children need for sturdy growth, for strong, straight bones, and for sound teeth. Now, if your baby needs to have milk from a bottle, ask your doctor about pet milk. And remember, pet milk isn't just a baby food. It's an all-family food, an all-purpose milk. Get pet milk at your grocer's tomorrow. When you're out of town and visiting your Aunt Sarah, and you get the flu and can't get home for your own birthday, even when you don't know that your friends are planning a surprise party for you, the least you can do is send a telegram and call off your bowling date. Like this one that's just been received in Wistful Vista, at the home of Fibber McGee and Molly. The telegram was addressed to...
Mr. Wallace Wimple,
Yes, ma'am.
have you any identification?
Well, I have a small bullet hole in my left shoulder where a horse bit me.
A bullet hole where a horse bit you.
Yes, it was a colt. My brother was playing with it, and I didn't realize he was loaded. He was terribly sorry when he sewed it up.
This is all very interesting, but what about some identification?
Well, he's a tall, thin man.
No, not your brother, you.
Oh, well, I'm a small, rather delicate man with a gray hat.
How do I know you're Wallace Wimple? Can you prove it?
Certainly. Here's the telegram.
Right here.
Well, there's my name right on it. Wallace Wimple, see?
Yes, how silly of me. Here you are.
Thank you. Let's see. McGee sick at Aunt Sarah's with influenza. Says sorry can't get home to bowl with you and Dr. Gamble tonight. Please inform Dr. Gamble regards. Signed, Molly McGee. Oh, for goodness sake, the surprise party. I better run and tell Dr. Gamble right
Well, what's your trouble, Wallace? Make it snappy, because I got to finish up here and get over to McGee's. We're going to surprise them when they get home, you know.
Yes, but I...
Excuse me. Dr. Gamble speaking. Yes? Who? Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Oh, hey.
You say your little boy broke his piggy bank and swallowed a lot of pennies? Well, bring him down. We'll put him under the fluoroscope. It'll be nice to see one of your family with some sense in him. Goodbye. Now then, Wallace, you were saying...
Well, Mr. McGee had a date with you and me to go bowling tonight.
We can't go bowling tonight. We're giving him and Molly a surprise party. You know that.
Yes, I know, but in the telegram, he said to tell you that...
Oh, Doctor.
Yes, nurse?
Mr. Cranus is here for his shot.
Well, you give it to him. I'm busy.
Yes, sir. Stand still, Mr. Cranus.
Now, look, Wallace, the McGees will be in on the 8 o'clock train. Probably take a cab to the house because even McGee wouldn't let his wife carry 2 suitcases that far. So about 8:15, we'll turn out the lights, hide just inside the front door, and when they walk in, we'll all holler, "Surprise!" How about it?
As I was saying, I don't think we can surprise the McGees.
Oh, sure we can, Wally. Ole and Wilcox are over there now fixing up flowers and stuff. Ole's wife is fixing smorgasbords. We got a caterer coming with the rest of the food.
But, Doctor, I just got a telegram that said he wouldn't...
Doctor,
Yes, nurse?
you're wanted at the hospital right away.
Emergency?
Yes, Dr. Hamschlager wants you to take a look at his hand.
Cut it with a scalpel?
No, he's playing bridge with 3 interns and was just dealt 13 spades.
Tell him I'll be right over. See you at the surprise party, Wimp. Cancel the rest of my appointments, nurse.
Oh, you better let me put something on your lip, Mr. Wimple. You seem to have bitten it.
Oh, glad to see you, Wallace. Sit down. Sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, but what's so amusing?
Oh, I was walking to the office just now, and I saw that midget newsboy on the corner. He was singing something from Tales of the South Pacific.
Bally High?
No, he just comes up to my knees. Oh. You mean the South? No, it was some enchanted evening. But what can I do for you, Wallace?
Well, about the surprise party for the McGees, I just got word that...
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, Herr Polsheimer?
Don't forget, you're to open the new fish hatchery this afternoon, sir. 3 o'clock.
I'll be there, Herr Polsheimer. Do I cut a ribbon?
No, sir. You throw out the first worm.
I was saying, Mr. Mayor, Mr. and Mrs. McGee...
Mayor's office? Yes, this is my honor speaking. What was that? What was my income last year? Who wants to know? Oh. Oh, yes, Senator Kefauver. Well, after the RFC refused me a personal loan of $30... Somebody else, me off the slab. Abba-dabba honeymoon.
crepe paper, Latrivia. Attaboy. Where does McGee keep his tack hammer? You know, Ole? Here's the tack hammer, Doctor. Too bad McGee isn't here now to help. He's the biggest crepe hanger I ever saw.
Where'll I put this happy birthday to our little pal Fibber sign?
In the ash can. Put it on the mantle, Harlow, so he'll see it the minute he comes in the door. And, hey, wait a minute. That sign painter spelled it wrong.
Where, Doc?
The word birthday. He spelled it B-E-R-T-H.
Oh, that's all right. He's coming home in an upper. He can't sleep down close to the wheels. He lets Molly sleep down.
I've been trying to tell you.
Wimple, you're just the man I'm looking for. Grab one end of this crepe paper and hop up on the mantle there.
Oh, no, you don't. You don't get me way up on that high mantle. I get too dizzy.
You suffer from acrophobia, Wallace?
I'll say I do. I just hate acrobats. And the sweetie face just...
Sweetie face?
My big old wife. Sweetie face, I said, whatever became of that acrobat you were going with before you married me? She said, you mean the one that used to shoot out of a cannon at the circus? And I said, yes. She said the cannon backfired one day and shot him in 10 feet into the ground. I said, oh, dear, what did they do then? And she said, they just reloaded the cannon and shot some flowers in after him. I was trying to tell you, fellas, I got a telegram.
Hello, McGee here?
No, he...
Well, I'm from the Wistful Vista Friendly Terms Finance Company. Weekly payment on the piano's due today.
Well, I'll take care of it, fool that I lost. How much, mister?
37 cents.
37 cents on a piano?
Yeah, I bought it in 1929, wanted to keep the payment small. For now, another 7 years will do it. Thanks. What's that, Ole?
What's the third correcting for payment on piano? You know, me and my missus, we don't buy stuff on the installment plans anymore. We actually got the money to pay cash. That's the kind of a stupid system, too. You know, every time you got cash saved up to buy something you've been wanting, nobody drives a horse anymore. When I save up to buy a player piano, radios, that's the new stuff.
Hey, Doc, I was just out in the kitchen, and Ole's wife is making some terrific smorgasbord. Wait till you taste it.
That smorgasbord, Harlow, is a special request from old Doc Campbell.
Oh?
Hope she doesn't put too much board in the smorgas, though. Hey, somebody give the catering company a ring, will you?
Yes, I'll call them. They should have been here by now. Hello, operator. Give me the Wistful Vista Catering. Who? Mert? Mert who? No, this is not Mr. McGee.
Oh,
this is...
that's not the way you do it, Mr. Mayor. Give me the phone. Hello, mate. How's every little thing, mate? Yes, eh? What's that, mate?
What?
Your brother going to shoot the mayor, eh?
What? What's that? Who's going to shoot him?
Mert's brother says he's going to shoot you a game of billiards at the Elks tomorrow. What's that, Mert? No, he just lay there. Okay, goodbye.
What did the caterer say, Wimple?
Oh, good gracious, I forgot to ask for him. Anyway, it's all just silly because I'm trying to tell you I've got a wire here.
Ready you got, Wimple? A wire? Bring it out here in the dining room.
Well, thank goodness somebody's interested.
Don't you worry, Ole is interested, Wimple. Let's have it. I need a wire to hang this paper bell from the chandelier. What's this?
I told you.
You told me you got a wire. Now you hand me a piece of yellow paper. How can I hang bells from a chandelier with pieces of paper?
But, Ole, this is important.
Wait a minute, Ole. I think your wife wants you. She's motioning from the kitchen.
Huh? Oh. Well, don't stood there waving the arms, Helga. If you want something, come on out here.
Now, Ole, I just want to make small suggestions.
Whatever you want to say, go ahead and say it.
Well, I just thought maybe...
Look, you don't have to be timid. You want these fellas to think I don't let my wife say something? This is America. Even wives got free speech here.
Even wives, he says. My big old wife, Sweetie Face, talks so much.
So you go ahead and spoke up, woman. You got suggestions? Make suggestions.
Yeah, Ole. With red, yellow, and green crepe paper in the dining room, you shouldn't hang purple bell from the chandeliers. It clashes with the pink tablecloth.
Now, look, don't make disrespect for the papa in front of strangers, woman.
Yeah, Ole, but you told me.
We talk about this later when we get home.
Yeah, Oldie. How's the family, Mrs. Swenson? Haven't seen the kids for a while tonight.
Yes, you've got a fine family, Mrs. Swenson. Swell-looking bunch of kids. Yes, sir. What did you raise your babies on? What do you suppose Wilcox hopes she raised them on, Doctor?
Branded sauerkraut? Loaded question if I ever heard one.
All the children on canned milk, Mr. Wilcox. We got fine kids, all right. Big and strong like their papa.
Now, this canned milk that your babies grew so strong and healthy on, Mrs. Swenson, do you know the name of it?
If she answers that any way but one, Latrivia, Wilcox will be back in Chautauqua next week.
One generation was spared that anyway.
I think of it in a minute, Mr. Wilcox. We use it for years. When me and Ole have our first date, I fixed coffee and we had this milk from a can with a picture of a little cow on the side.
Pet?
Oh, we hold hands a little, but my mama...
He means the milk. Pet milk.
Oh, that's the kind! Not evaporated when I opened the can. It's all the thing there.
That's right, Mrs. Swenson, because evaporation takes out only water, nothing else. All the good, rich milk substances are left in it, you see.
Oh, such real good substances in it, sure.
Yes, sir. All the good richness of sweet, whole country milk. Everything a baby needs to grow strong bones and good, sound teeth. When you raise your baby on fat evaporated milk, you'll give that baby a long step forward on the road to health.
And I think health is a good thing, Mr. Wilcox. You know, I got Christina from home yesterday, but roses in the sea. But Mama made us spread them out, 2 each for ours. Nobody.
Well, anyway, when you give a baby that good, safe, easy-to-digest pet milk with the added vitamin D the pet contains, you're helping that child get a great start toward...
Hey, Harlow.
A strong, sturdy body. And yes, Doc?
A muzzle on that, if you don't mind. If we're going to surprise McGee with his birthday party, we can't waste time.
Oh, my, I better get back to my smorgasbord. Hey, Ron, cook the whole day for 26 days or something.
Well, we can talk in the kitchen while you work.